A very good morning to everyone. Good morning, Ndate Chauke. Good morning, Advocate Mayema.
Good morning, Chairperson.
Advocate Nkabinde.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
But before you proceed, perhaps I should find out from the evidence leaders whether there's anything that you'd like to place on record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, save to record, there's nothing, save to...
Please speak to the mic and speak up.
I think there's nothing from our side, save to confirm what was stated to the panel in chambers that Advocate Kosana is no longer part of the team. Other than that, there's nothing further from our side.
Thank you, Counsel. You do confirm that Mr. Simelemecha is an instructing attorney. You may just push the mic to Mr. Simelemecha.
I confirm, Chair.
Thank you, sir. Advocate Nkabinde.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This morning, Mr. Chauke will open his case. His first witness will be Advocate Gladstone Silo Mayema. In total, there are 10 witnesses that we have spoken to. They cover both the Kato Mano related allegations and the General Mdluli related allegations. One of the witnesses that we have spoken to out of the 10 has conveyed to us safety concerns which are perfectly understandable in the light of the nature of the issues covered in this case. Madam Chair, in due course, we will be approaching you to have the witness testify online or for arrangements to be made for his security, whichever is more convenient. In relation to the balance of the witnesses, we have some draft statements that we are working to finalization. For Mr. Mayema, who's testifying this morning, we have a full statement that has been signed. It is a lengthy statement and it covers approximately 140 pages. It is supported by annexures that exceed 900 pages. So it is quite a voluminous document. We are working on preparing an index to the annexures in order to make the referencing easy. It is being finalized by Mr. Ramokhale, but it is not yet ready. We will hand it up during the course of the tea adjournment. The annexures are marked with the GSM red, bold numbers. There are a couple of annexures that were not included in the documents that were discovered by the NPA, but we received them directly from the witness. But those will be clear during the course of his testimony. One more thing I should record is that the NPA has still not disclosed the docket in relation to the murder of Superintendent Kongo and the accompanying injuries to Inspector Kanyile. As you will see during the course of the evidence by this witness, the murder of Superintendent Kongo did become, I'm not saying very important, but it did become a point of reference, and that's why we've been asking for it. We received correspondence from Mr. Anton du Plessis, who is the former Deputy National Director of Public Prosecutions, who suggested that the NPA does not have the docket. But we do not accept that because in the NPA's own documents, they refer to the contents of that docket. Nevertheless, we've addressed correspondence to the DPCI requesting access to that docket, but we have not yet received it. I record that because it might play a role in the course of the hearing, but it is not an obstacle this morning to the commencement of Mr. Mayema's testimony. Having made those preliminary remarks, I will leave the witness to you, Madam Chair, for the swearing in so we can begin. Thank you.
On what basis is the DPCI involved in that matter?
It is because Mr. Anton du Plessis claims that the docket is with the DPCI.
Let me find out from Advocate Halley, who is representing the NPA, whether he has any view with regard to that. I know that you cannot hear me. You can hear me. I'm not totally out of the woods, but if you cannot hear me, do raise your hand. Advocate Halley, I know that you have not done your decoupling application as yet, but just for interest's sake, are you in a position to assist in this regard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was aware that the message was sent. I wasn't aware that the representatives of Advocate Chauke remained concerned. If there remains a concern, I can discuss the matter with my learned friends, and we can take it up with the powers that be within the NPA. But that was the message that was conveyed, and it's a matter of either going to go and seek it from the DPCI, and I'm not in a position to give an undertaking that we will do so. But I think that if there was a concern that the response was insufficient, I'm not sure if it was persisted in beyond that.
Thank you, Advocate Halley. Advocate Gauteng, see if you can discuss the matter with the NPA through Advocate Halley, and if you do not find any joy, then do proceed with writing to the DPCI and see if you can find such information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I shall do so.
Anything from the evidence leading team?
Nothing from our side, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. Advocate Maema, good morning once again.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, co-chairpersons. Earlier on when I said good morning, Chair, I thought the co-chairpersons will also greet me. But now that I have this opportunity, can I also greet the co-chairs, Chairperson? Thank you.
Yes, I speak on their behalf.
Yes.
At least as far as greetings are concerned. Let me just make a disclosure. I mentioned to counsel in chambers that me and you are well known to each other, and Dada Maema.
Yes, Chairperson.
As we all live together as practitioners, as judicial officer, you appearing before me in the Northwest, in Mabatu.
Indeed, Chairperson.
And I thought that it is appropriate that I make this disclosure right at the beginning. I mentioned to counsel in chambers, and no one is opposed to me presiding and hearing your evidence this morning.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. I must also mention, Chairperson, as you do so, that Advocate Mtlamunyan is also known to me. When I did pupillage the last year, he was one of my co-lecturers in legal writing. So you're not the only person that is known to me. He is also known to me. Advocate Chauke, of course, is my colleague. I would know him.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, I thought that from the angle of the panel,
Yes.
it is proper to make such a disclosure. Advocate Mutlamanyani did mention in chambers that he knows you to the extent you have mentioned, and we all understand that. He is excused from being here this morning. He is busy doing some work in the evidence leading team's chamber, but he is in the building.
Thank you, Chairperson.
That said, Advocate Gauteng, I think it's appropriate for me, Advocate Chauke, to verify whether you will take the oath, administer the oath, and or do the affirmation.
Chairperson, I will take the oath, and Chairperson may indicate that I prefer to stand when I take the oath.
Yes, you may do so. You may stand up. Thank you, sir. Advocate Maema, do you swear that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, nothing else but the truth? And if so, raise up your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Advocate Gauteng.
Thank you, Chair. Advocate Maema, in front of you, you have your statement, which is page 121. Is that correct?
That is so, Counsel.
Yes. Now, it starts at paragraph 1, just describing your positions that you held in the NPA. Can you, using your own words, describe that?
In my answer, I will be addressing the Chairperson, so I will say Chairperson.
Indeed.
Yes. Chairperson, I am an advocate who was formerly in the employment of the National Prosecuting Authority in the capacity of a Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions. I was attached to the Office of the Director of Prosecutions in the Northwest Division, which is based in Mabato. The office is situated at Mega City Complex, East Gallery 3139 Sekame Road in Mahikeng.
I beg your pardon. May we all put our cell phones in silence? Thank you. Advocate, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The statement that we have in front of you does contain your signature at the end, at page 1 to 139, dated the 11th of February 2026. Do you confirm that?
I confirm that, Chairperson.
But it is not sworn. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Can you swear that the contents of those statements are true and correct and they are binding on you and your conscience?
Chairperson, I have read the statement. I do confirm that I know and understand the implication of the oath, and I confirm that I do take that oath.
Yes, but I need you to swear that the contents of the statements are true and correct and they are binding on you and your conscience.
I do, Counsel. I confirm the contents are true and correct, and they are binding on my conscience, Counsel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I want to then skip those next passages up until paragraph 6. The statement is supported by some 900 pages odd annexures. I just wanted to confirm if you were involved in the collation of those annexures, you've read the annexures, you understand the annexures.
Indeed, Chairperson, I have.
Yes. Thank you very much. Can we then go to the statement proper? It starts from paragraph 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, let's stop there for now, tracing your history. So just feel free and take us slow. Tell us about yourself, not from primary school, at least from matric. Yeah.
Chairperson, I matriculated in Tulare High School in 1981. Tulare High School is in Lebotlwane. Lebotlwane is in the Moretele district of the Northwest Province. And then I continued to study a BProc and an LLB degree at the University of Fort Hare in 1989 and 1991, respectively. I continued to serve articles of clerkship at the firm of attorneys which was doing predominantly criminal work. It's called Boerder Duplessis and Kruger Attorneys, which is still in Johannesburg. I commenced my articles in November 1991. That is immediately after...
Is that the famous BDK attorneys?
The famous BDK, yes.
If I may advocate Kaitobi, I know that most of us are commissioning officers by virtue of the law. But you may consider later, just for completion, so that when the record is sent to the President at the end of this inquiry, he should be having a complete picture. You can have the statement commissioned before a commission of oaths.
Thank you, Madam
I know
Chair.
that he has now testified that the contents of this are correct, and he aligns himself with everything that is in this statement. But I suggest that you can later then cause the commissioning to be done and then file it of record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we will discuss it with our learned friends if they have an objection to a commissioning after signing, because sometimes these commissioners will insist that the commissioning and the signing happen simultaneously.
Yes. Maybe we should just verify with you, evidence leaders.
No, Madam Chair, will not have any objection.
Yes, ordinarily one could even do it right away, but I prefer that it is done by someone else. Later in the day, you can do that.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I suppose Advocate Halley, you have no objection? There can't be any objection. Yes, let's do the right thing so that we give the President the record that is fully complete.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are still at paragraph 8, Advocate Mayema, where you say that you did, after your LLB at Fort Hare in 1991, you did articles of clerkship at BDK attorneys.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes, carry on.
Then, as I was indicated, BDK is a firm that is doing predominant. My apologies. I will leave it on, Chairperson. BDK is a firm of attorneys that does predominantly criminal work. Towards the latter part of my articles, as I was working closely with prosecutors in various courts, I developed an interest to become one. And I applied, and I was appointed a prosecutor. I started in Fort Beaufort in the Eastern Cape on the 8th of March 1993. Fort Beaufort, Chairperson, is a small town in the Eastern Cape, fairly rural. It's a farming town.
Yes, you don't have to convince me.
Yes.
What do they refer to it as Bofolo?
Bofolo.
Bofolo. Yes.
They call it, they say Emakizeni.
Well, that part, I'm not sure, but the people from Fort Beaufort will be very upset. There's a mental hospital there. That's how it
Yes.
ended up being as a magazine.
Yes, yes, yes. In fact, communities get a service at that hospital, which is very important.
Yes, and then you, from March 1993, you are prosecuting at Fort Beaufort. You then gain experience in Port Elizabeth, Grahamstown, and King Williamstown. Is that correct?
That is correct. What happens in the Eastern Cape is they pick their prosecutors that they identify, and then they expose you to various work in various districts. So I started although being a district court prosecutor when I started in Fort Beaufort, when the regional court would come and sit there, and a prosecutor from Grahamstown would not be available, I would then deal with their regional courts. That's how then it started. That I do the regional court in King Williamstown, in Grahamstown, as well as in Port Elizabeth.
And then at paragraph 9, you then get admitted as an advocate. Can you just explain that? Because you've already been working for 2 years by this stage.
As I was working in Grahamstown, I then received a call from one of the deputies in the Johannesburg office, who saw that I am from Johannesburg, but I'm working in Grahamstown. And then I indicated an interest to come back to Johannesburg. On the 3rd of May, I applied for my admission as an advocate in the High Court. I was then admitted in the then Witwatersrand Local Division, which is now South Gauteng. And then early in May, I think the 5th of May, I joined the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions in Johannesburg as a state advocate. I worked as a state advocate, as a senior state advocate, in the DPP office in Johannesburg until the establishment of the National Prosecuting Authority in 1998. When it was established, the first national director, Mr. Bulelani Nguka, established what we called the Human Rights Investigative Unit. This unit was intended to look at the cases that came from the TRC. It is the predecessor of what later then came to be called the Priority Crimes Litigation Unit at the NPA head office.
So just before you proceed, I mean, I'm not sure if the statement contains an error or you made an error, because it refers to Grahamstown there as a state advocate, but you are saying you were actually in Johannesburg.
I started as a state advocate in the DPP office in Grahamstown.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yes.
So there's nothing wrong with the
There's
statement.
nothing wrong in the
Okay.
in the statement.
Okay.
And that is why I think what happened was a deputy in the DPP Joburg spoke to a deputy in Grahamstown and said, "But this name is known to me."
I see.
And then that's when then Kevin Edwell then phoned Les Roberts, the two deputies, and then Kevin then said, "Will you be interested to come to Joburg?" I said, "Of course I will."
We were in Grahamstown for a short period.
I was in Grahamstown for a very short.
Oh, I see. Okay. No, so that's why actually substantively you worked in Johannesburg. although
Substantively in
you
Johannesburg.
fired through Grahamstown.
Indeed, Chairperson.
No, I understand. Okay. And then you did work at the PCLU, which is the TRC Cases Unit.
Yes, yes.
Okay. And how long was that?
It was for about less than a year when, you see, with the introduction of the NPA Act in 1998, the NPA in terms of the Constitution became a single prosecuting authority. And posts were then advertised for deputies. I applied and I was appointed a Deputy Director of Prosecutions in the Northwest. And then on the 1st of May 1999, I assumed my responsibility as a Deputy Director of Prosecutions in the Northwest.
So you are at the national office for 1995 to 1998. No, sorry. You are at the DPP's office in Johannesburg up until 1998.
Yes.
But then you are only at the national office between November 1998 and May 1999.
Indeed.
Okay, I understand. And then in May 1999, you then go to Mabato.
Indeed, Council.
Okay. And when you were in Mabato, you were working as the Deputy Director.
Yes, I was working as a Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions.
Yes, all right. And then you were there until you went on retirement recently on the 4th of December 2024.
Yes, on the 4th of December, things took a turn, yes, and I decided, I penned a letter informing the NPA that I had now reached the age of 660. I intend going on retirement.
Now, I think you should explain those circumstances to the panel. I think they want to know.
Yes.
What are the circumstances you say took a turn?
Chairperson, in February 2019, Advocate Shamila Batoyi was appointed as the National Director of Public Prosecutions. On a day, on a Friday, I was part to the office of the National Director of Public Prosecutions. PCLU is based in the National Director of Prosecutions office. And our office was on the same floor with that of the National Director. So as I walked to the photocopy, I would from time to time bump into the National Director. As I did on the day, in front of the lift, and Advocate Batoyi then asked me, "You are appointed for the Northwest. What are you doing here?" And then I then informed her that I am busy with work that was allocated to me by your predecessor. Her predecessor would have been Advocate Sean Abrahams, that I was specifically referring to. And then she thereupon said to me, "No, you must go back to the Northwest." I was a bit taken aback by that stance. I indicated to Advocate Batoyi that I came to head office, to the office of the PCLU, as a result of having been requested to do so in writing. So I said, "Well, I have no problem with it, but may you please put it in writing." And then she said to me, "Now you can go to the Northwest. I will tell Johan." Johan then would be the Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Johan Smith, SC. This discussion, Chairperson, happens in the passage. And I would have expected a a conversation that affects my work to have happened in a better, decent manner. I would have expected the National Director to call me to her office and to say why, in her view, I should go back to the Northwest. It did not happen. And then I went to my office, which is a few steps away from the foyer where we met. Chairperson, I barely sat down. It means I was just about to sit down when Danny Smith, the office manager in the office of the National Director, walked in. And when he walks in, he says to me, you know, he was rubbing his hands.
I beg your pardon, is that Advocate Smith?
No. Danny Smith is a corporate manager in the office of the National Director. He says, Advocate Mahema, please don't shoot the messenger. But you must vacate the office. And I say, vacate the office? Well, the direction from the National Director, Advocate Batoy, is that you must go back to the Northwest. I said, but I just indicated to her that I needed it in writing. And he continued rubbing his hands and said, don't shoot the messenger, but you must vacate the office. I need to use it on Monday or the ensuing week. And I said, but Danny, I have files that I'm working on. And then Danny then said to me, well, those files can be put in the safe. So what they did was Danny Smith approved that some of the files that could fit into the safe could go into the safe, and those that can't fit in the safe, they gave me a bakkie, a van, that I loaded into the bakkie, and I drove home on that Friday in Joburg. And on Monday morning at 8 o'clock, I was in Advocate Johan Smith's office, to his surprise. And Advocate Johan Smith said...
Who is Advocate Johan Smith now?
Is a DPP in the Northwest.
So you were back in Mabato on
I'm
Monday?
back in Mabato now. And he was surprised. He was equally surprised. I said, well, I related the story to him. He said, no, you're most welcome here. We need additional hands. Your experience, no. Perfect. So that's how then I went back to the Northwest.
Yes. Now, at the time that you were essentially hounded out of the office, the disciplinary steps you are talking about in paragraph 10, had they been commenced, started?
They had not commenced yet.
Okay. Were you aware of any impending disciplinary steps?
I was completely unaware of any impending.
Yes. All right. And then take us through then to how, we now know how you were pushed out of the office by Advocate Batoy, according to you.
Yes.
Without warning, without notice.
Yes.
What we are still not aware of is what process led to the DC and what was the DC about?
Chairperson, what happened then was I went back to the Northwest and worked as a prosecutor normally. That means checking work of senior state advocates, checking work of advocates, and doing the work myself. Chairperson would remember that I'm one of the deputies who, unlike other deputies in other offices, don't sit in the office. I will do chamber work, but I will bring my own bit of doing court work self. So yes, I was doing the work of a Deputy Director of Prosecutions and work of advocates in the DPP office, which included decision dockets, appeals, and doing circuit courts. Yes. Now I think it was in May 2019, I got a call from the Director of Prosecutions then, Advocate Makari, who then said to me, well, you will have to return the criminal cases that you're busy with. She wanted an audit of all the cases that I was doing, and she informs me that her instruction is that I should not do any court work anymore. And then...
When was this, the date you gave us?
It was in May 2019. This happened a day after I received a letter from Human Resources that was informing me of the commencement of disciplinary hearing in 2019. But what surprised me was the angle that it took. I had part heads in the High Court, in the regional court, and I was simply told, you must make an audit of the cases, all the cases that you have, and then return them to the Director of Prosecutions, to Advocate Makari.
Advocate who?
Makari, Rachel Makari.
Oh, okay.
She was at the time the DPP.
She was at the time the DPP. Chairperson, she is in the province called Rachel Nengovela. Yes. So, and then I returned all the files. I remember specifically that the next week I had made arrangements to go on circuit court. I was on circuit court with the Deputy Judge President. Judge Jaje, and at Mukhwase. That week, when I was on circuit court, Chairperson,
That Madam Justice...
Madam Justice Jaje.
Yes, thank you.
I was then informed that I'm going to be served formally with papers commencing the disciplinary hearing.
So to just clarify something, because there might be unintentional confusion.
Yes.
In 2019, the DPP of Northwest was Mr. Smith, SC.
At the time of this incident happening,
Yes.
he had just left.
No, I understand that, but I just want the dates to be correct. In 2019, the DPP of Northwest was Mr. Johan Smith,
yes.
SC, correct?
Yes.
And when did he leave?
I do not have a specific date when.
Yes, but
when
your
when
DC was not in 2019; it was in 2024.
Oh yes. No. What happened was it was commenced in 2019.
Yes.
The papers were served in 2019,
Yes, correct.
and I was then asked to do these things, but the files and everything was returned at the time that Advocate Makari was the DPP.
Yes, all right.
Yes. And then what happened then was the result of this, Chairperson, led to a prohibition to continue the court work that I was doing, and to continue doing any checking work. So what would happen is that I would literally walk into the office at 8 o'clock in the morning. I will sit in the office and read emails and read the newspaper. because I was prevented from doing any checking work. I was prevented from doing any work with a big salary that I was earning in the NPA.
Yes, but you mentioned that Advocate Rachel Nangobel told you that her instructions were that you should stop doing criminal work.
Indeed, Kansa.
What does that mean, her instructions? Who is instructing her?
The instruction came from the National Director that I should not get involved in any. My continued involvement, the letter that I received, my continued involvement in criminal cases places the name of the NPA in disrepute.
Yes. But that's
Chairperson, this is an institution that I worked tirelessly for 31 years. Now, all of a sudden, because of a decision that has been taken in the line and scope of my work, I am now in a position where my continued work will place the NPA's name in disrepute.
Yes. When you say the National Director, let's call her by name.
Advocate Shamila Batoy is the one who instructed Advocate Makari to remove me from any active work within the NPA. The result, Chairperson, was that...
Did you say that this message was conveyed to you whilst you were at the circuit court?
The reason why I mentioned that week of the circuit court, when I was told that head office wants to find out where I was so that they can come and serve me with the documents. I was at circuit court in Mkhwasi. And then this fear was there that, you know, what would then happen with the apartheid that I'm doing? And then during that week, in the morning in chambers, I indicated to Madam Justice Judge that there is this pending thing that might happen. And if it happens, I don't know whether it will affect my ability to continue prosecution in the matter that I was busy with. But then what happened was we did the circuit court until the Friday. And the letter of suspension did not arrive. So it arrived later. So the result was that in 2019, after I was told, you're not getting involved in any work, I then became redundant. Coming to the office, reading the newspaper, and doing absolutely nothing. This is a man who is used to running around, reading dockets, working under pressure, and all of a sudden, it's a complete dry land. I have nothing that I'm doing in my office. Chairperson, it went to an extent where I would, junior staff in the office would not know what is happening. So they would come to me and say, Advocate Maima, I have a challenge with this. And I would give them advice as to how to deal with it and say, go to the library, look at this and this. And at some instances when I have challenge, because pressure in the DPP office is enormous. So I said, no, bring it, I will do it. So I would do work and not be able to sign that I have done that work and give it to that junior advocate or that senior advocate to present it as his own. I would not be able to sign indictments. You know what happens in the DPP office? A file comes to you, you issue queries on the matter docket. When it comes back, the admin section will bring it to you. Then they would bring it to me, not knowing that I am not in a position to decide that docket. And then when they bring it to me, then I will take it back and say, I'm not in a position to handle it. So this redundancy happened from 2019. The disciplinary hearing was pending. It wasn't commencing. Ultimately, when I received the papers, Chairperson, I discovered that it is the decision that I took in the Johan Boysen matter that led to all of this that was happening.
Just tell me, on the point of the DC not commencing, most of us have done labor law before.
Yes.
When there is a DC, a prosecutor is appointed, a pro forma prosecutor is appointed,
Indeed, Chairperson.
who must sign the charges
Yes.
and then bring witnesses and prosecute.
Yes.
Was a prosecutor appointed in your case? Or an initiator? Yes, I'm corrected.
Yes, an initiator was appointed.
Who was the initiator?
He is sitting here. It's Advocate Hali, I see.
I see. Was a chairperson appointed?
A chairperson wasn't appointed yet. The charges remain pending, and we complained. We took the NPA to the CCMA, and there was the postponement. There was a judgment ultimately, but the effect thereof was that I remained redundant in the office, doing nothing.
So an initiator is appointed, but no chairperson.
Yes, yes.
All right.
And then on the 4th of December 2024, I decided, no, I cannot be treated in this manner by an institution that I've given my entire life, 31 years of my life. On the 4th of December, I then penned my letter informing the employer that I'm intending taking retirement as I've reached the age of 60. I was not the only one. Advocate Musing, who was also in the same position, did the same thing. In fact, he did it a bit earlier than me.
Yes, well, we will see Advocate Masing's name does feature.
Yes.
But maybe to complete that part, now that you've introduced him, when you say he was in the same position, what do you mean?
Counsel, if I may interpose, and I apologize. You said after you went to circuit court, the letter of suspension was served on you a week later.
Yes, yes.
What did the suspension entail? Were you supposed to sit at home, or were you supposed to come, report at work and do nothing? Maybe clarify us on that.
The latter, Chairperson. Come to the office, sit in the office and do absolutely nothing.
Let me understand. You are suspended,
Yes.
but you
With
come
full-
to the office and do nothing.
I'm sorry, Chairperson, suspended with full pay.
Yes.
You come to the office, and there's a concerted effort to ensure that I arrive on time. Arrive at 8 o'clock. Because when I arrive, the securities will say, Mr. Maima, please, because sometimes you walk in and you're rushing, you don't sign the register. Say, no, please, you must sign. I say, what do you mean I must sign? I have something that I'm rushing for. No, please, it's important, you must sign. We have been asked to direct you to sign. Then I would sign the register relating to the time at which you come to the office.
Thank you.
But then do absolutely nothing. Chairperson, there is nothing that frustrated me during that time, like coming to the office and wanting to do work and not being able to do work. The work that I've done for that period of years was very frustrating to me. But I couldn't do anything about it.
Look, Mr. Maima, what might
Through
help?
you, Chair.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Advocate Maema, you say you were suspended, but expected to report at work at normal working hours.
Yes, Chairperson.
And is that spelled out in your notice of suspension?
It was not in so many words, but I was told I'm suspended with full pay. What was communicated to me by Advocate Makari at the time was, you are not allowed to touch any work in the office. So it wasn't specifically mentioned in the letter of suspension. The letter of suspension indicated that here are the charges that you're going to be facing, and you are suspended with full pay. A disciplinary hearing will commence. These are the charges.
And you have that letter of suspension?
Yes, I do.
Right, thank you.
Yes, Madam Ramachakha is on this point, because I was going to say what might be helpful is for you to bring us that letter at some point, and we'll share it with the panel.
Indeed.
And the instruction for you to come to the office on time was conveyed verbally. Is that your evidence?
My evidence is that the securities in the office indicated that I am compelled to indicate the time of arrival and to indicate the time of leaving the office.
Yes.
But when I had when I was told by Advocate Makari about the suspension, she did not in any way mention signing the register, attendance register, and yes.
All right. You mentioned also that the initiator was Advocate Hali SC. How did you know that?
We had various meetings with Advocate Hali.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Meetings to do what?
We were told to appear on a specific date, and we came to the CCMA office in Sandton here, and Advocate Hali then had a meeting with the counsel who was representing us, Advocate Matibedi, SC. Yes, and there were some discussions, and I think there was a chairperson appointed, because then the hearing was postponed to a further date. Advocate Hali would remember. Those are the sad parts that I don't really want. My brain does not have capacity to keep that negativity. You think about it and you push it away because you don't want it to drag you down.
Yes, all right. So you think your memory could be failing you that the chairperson could have been appointed or was definitely appointed?
I think the chairperson was appointed because we went to the date, we went to the hearing, all of us, Advocate Mosing, Advocate Matenjwa, Advocate Marshal Mokhatla. Yeah. And the matter was postponed to a further date. This matter was postponed and postponed and postponed. That's why I said because of the frustration, we then went to the CCMA. We didn't get a favorable judgment, but the effect thereof was wearing you down. I decided on the 4th of December, I have had enough. So I said, no, I am going on retirement.
You said you discovered at a certain stage that all of this was caused by the role you played in the prosecution of the Kato Mano accused.
The charges were spelling it out clearly that it is because of the charges in the Kato Mano that I was that I suffered the fate that I was facing. When I look at the terms of reference, the terms of reference are almost the same as what I faced.
Which terms of reference?
The terms of reference of this commission.
Of Advocate Chauke.
Advocate Chauke's terms of reference. It refers to paragraph 3.1.1. 3.1.1 talks about the institution of the racketeering charges against Major General Boysen. But 3.1.1 says Advocate Chauke supported a decision to prosecute the accused, notwithstanding that there was no evidence justifying the decision. 3.1.2, Advocate Chauke recommended to Advocate Jiba, the acting NDPP, the application for issuing racketeering authorization, whereas there was no evidence justifying the institution of prosecution. So it is a pattern of just accusing us of instituting prosecutions where there is no evidence. It's the same pattern what happened to me is same as what is contained in the terms of reference relating to Advocate Chauke.
Yes, all right.
Madam Chair,
we will come to.
Sorry to interject. May I ask, Madam Chair, it's hot that we take off our jackets. It is raining and on our backs. We are
Well,
sweating.
the air conditioner was switched on and then it seems to have been switched off. I apologize. I know you asked me to make the request. I totally forgot.
Yes, Advocate Maema, we are all battling with the heat and the coldness. You'd understand why some of us are in this state. Are you feeling cold where you are? If you were to switch on the aircon,
It would not affect me at all. I will welcome it, Chairperson. The seat is fairly hot.
yes, I will request our assistants to help us. The lady Colin, if you can assist with the remote and make sure that air conditioning is well functioning over there.
Unfortunately,
But
Madam
that does
Chair.
not detract from the fact that I'm talking to you now.
Apologies.
That does not detract from the fact that you can take off your jacket if you wish.
The reason I was saying is because that one only assisted Chauke team.
You can take off your jacket.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I'm in your hands when I should proceed.
Advocate Maema, when you feel cold, you can just regulate the air conditioning with that gadget.
Thank
Or
you,
you can
Chairperson.
even take off your jacket if you are inclined to do so. I know you're smiling. I know you will not do it.
I will not.
Knowing you from past experience, I know you won't take off your jacket.
Our court etiquette has taught me to do things in a particular way. That's why I am not
I
comfortable
know you, Mr. Maima.
to take oath sitting down, really.
Thank you. You may proceed, Advocate Gauteng.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, so we are now at the point where you've, according to you, have had enough of the unending disciplinary inquiry, and you also know the substance of it is that you are being charged because of your role in the racketeering and the predicate charges on Kato Mano. But you've had enough, you want to go. And you wrote a letter which is called the Termination of Service Letter dated 4 December 2024. We also don't have that copy. Perhaps when you bring the suspension letter, you can also bring that one.
Termination of service letter.
Yes.
Because what happens, Chairperson, is you type it on your own computer, and then you print it, you sign, you give it to HR. But I should have the version on my laptop.
Now, was there a separate charge sheet which explained what the allegations were?
Yes, there was.
All right, so perhaps if you could also provide us with that one. So far, just out of paragraph 10 alone, we have 3 documents we've asked you for. It's your suspension letter and your notice of disciplinary charges and your resignation letter. Okay. And you say that your last date of employment was 31 January 2025.
Indeed, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, what are you doing right now? Well, you've had a year and a month since you left.
Yeah, what happened then is I then applied to do pupillage. I was admitted to do pupillage in Polokwane, the Limpopo Society of State Advocates. That is where I met Advocate Mutlamunyani, who was then offering me legal writing. Yes, so I started there on the 1st of Feb until the end of August when you wrote exams. And I think the results came in August, September. I think the beginning of October the results came. But it was a long wait.
Yes.
You know, waiting for the results of that exam is also not a nice thing.
Yes. And are you practicing now as an advocate?
Chairperson, I am commencing to open my office as an advocate. At the moment, seeking chambers from which to practice, but the sweet and short answer is yes, I am practicing as a.
Where
as
in
an
Limpopo or in the northwest?
Chairperson, because my house is in Gauteng, I'm looking for chambers in Gauteng.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Now, okay, we've covered now paragraph 10 because it's quite a lot of information that's condensed in one paragraph.
Yes.
And then when we look at paragraph 11, we also cover your experience that you've had as the DPP on an acting basis. Can you just take us through that?
Indeed, Chairperson, I acted as a Director of Prosecutions on several occasions. This includes the times when Advocate Smith, SC, was sick. Advocate Smith is elderly. He's been very sickly since 2000. In fact, the saying I acted for 7 months is an understatement. I think 7 months was a continuous period when he was admitted in hospital. But because of his age and because of his frailty, I was acting in his stead, fairly regular. And then in 2010.
Before that, after completing your pupillage, did you sign the Red Book at the Limpopo Bar or any other bar?
I signed at the Limpopo Bar.
So you're currently the Limpopo Bar member?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I also informed them, as practice requires, that I will be testifying as a witness. I do from time to time when I'm called by the DPP office to testify in respect of cases that I do in organized crime. So when I was asked to consider coming here, I did inform them.
Yes, thank you. Proceed, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so we were still covering paragraph 11, which is really your experience as DPP, although your substantive post was deputy.
Yes.
But you also had experience as DPP.
Yes, I acted when my own DPP, Johan Smith, was not well. And when the then DPP of South Gauteng was Advocate Karen de Beer, SC, she is mentioned in paragraph, the end of paragraph 11.
Yes.
She was also sick towards the end of her career. And Advocate Mche, who was then the acting NDPP, asked me to go and act in Joburg, which acting period was 1 December 2009 to 31 May 2010.
Yes. You also had experience as the acting head of the PCLU, that's the TRC cases unit.
Yes. I would do that when Advocate Pretorius was out of the country, or when he was ill, or when he was unavailable for any other reason. Then I would be given an acting appointment.
Yes. So, I mean, it does appear that you have significant experience at high level inside the NPA. It's not just the time, but it's also the type of experience you've gained.
And the kind of responsibility that the NPA is prepared to bestow upon you. It went to an extent where I said, no, I will not accept any other acting appointment. You appointed me as a deputy, I'm fine as a deputy. I will execute my duties and responsibility as a deputy.
Yes. All right. Now, Your functions as the Deputy Director are set out at paragraph 13. Can you briefly deal with those?
Chairperson, as Deputy Director of Prosecutions in the office, I was entrusted with special prosecutions, I was entrusted with governance, and I was entrusted with the organized crime. But predominantly my portfolio was organized crime. And organized crime then leads you to dealing with racketeering cases, serious violent cases. Yes.
Well, I mean, South Africa's primary legislation on organized crime is the Prevention of Organized Crime Act, and racketeering is a feature of that act. So
Indeed,
if you are a
Chairperson.
specialist in organized crime, that would be your area of specialization.
Indeed, indeed.
Yes. But also, not only were you in charge of organized crime, I mean, you had specific knowledge and expertise in racketeering.
Chairperson, I have dealt with a number of cases,
Yes.
both as a prosecutor in court and as well as the cases that I would push through or prepare and send to the National Director for racketeering authorizations to be issued.
Yes. And that is what is in the last sentence of paragraph 13, is your experience specifically in racketeering.
Indeed, Councillor, I indicate that I've prosecuted 5 racketeering prosecutions in person,
Yes.
whilst I was in charge of about 7 racketeering prosecutions, where I would then supervise and guide and take the process through to the issuing of racketeering authorizations. The process of issuing of racketeering authorizations is the prosecutor must then prepare a prosecution memo where you summarize the case, where you summarize what is involved in the matter, where you pinpoint the enterprise, the pattern of racketeering authority, pattern of racketeering activity, and then in a memo, depending on whether you do the prosecution in the regional court, in which case then you prepare a charge sheet. If it's in the High Court, then you'll prepare an indictment together with the requisite racketeering authorizations for consideration by the Office of the National Director.
Yes. No, I understand.
Let me just verify something you said earlier with regard to the disciplinary hearing. And when you appeared before the CCMA, you mentioned the names of Advocate Musing, Mokhatla, and Matenjo. Were they also subjected to disciplinary proceedings and charged?
Yes, Chairperson, we were charged in the same matter. In fact, what happened, disciplinary hearing in terms of the labor legislation, for some of us who've read labor law, is supposed to happen in the office where you're working. But the NPA was then, despite my being based in the Northwest, they said, well, because it is involving Advocate Musing, who is based in the DPP Pretoria, Advocate Mokhatla, who's based in the DPP Pretoria, but head of a serious office of the OCO, what is it? Serious economic cases. Advocate Matenjo.
We can refer to it as OSEO. I
Yes.
think we know. all of
OSEO,
us,
yes. And Advocate Matenjo, who's a deputy in the office of the DPP in South Gauteng. So, well, including myself, we were all officials of the NPA who were pursued disciplinary by Advocate Hali SC.
No, Advocate Hali was just an initiator. You were being pursued, if by any person, by Advocate Batoi.
Indeed.
Yes. Okay. I think the point I was trying to get to in paragraph 13 is to expatiate your knowledge and expertise in racketeering, which we've dealt with now, I think, unless you want to add anything on your experience and knowledge of racketeering.
Now I have, except to say, Chairperson, when because of my experience in racketeering cases, and because of having dealt with the cases myself, this now leads me to paragraph 15, where I say, I think in my view.
Let's start with 14.
Should we start with 14? In section 2 of POCA, or in the definition section of POCA, and an individual can be an enterprise. A group of individuals associated, in fact, can be an enterprise. Even a formal structure with hierarchy can be an enterprise. So all you do is look at the legislation, look at the facts that you have. Do they accord with the definition of an enterprise? And do you have sufficient evidence to prove an enterprise and all the elements, pattern of racketeering activity, there being more than one offense listed in Schedule 1? If all the requirements outlined in the legislations are there, then, you commence a racketeering prosecution.
Yes. Thank you. And then in paragraph 15, that's where you wanted to go to, that you think the reason you were recommended to be involved as a leader of the prosecution team on Kato Mano was because of your experience in racketeering.
At the time, yes. At the time when it happened, I thought, oh, well, it could be because of this. Because every time when you go to a conference, they'll say, Mahema got this conviction of an individual as an enterprise. Yes. So I thought it is because of that involvement in the Ngongoma Ndleleni matter that the acting NDPP Advocate Jiba, when it was brought to her attention that there is something in KZN that might mirror what is in racketeering offences, then she thought of Mahema, who has done racketeering cases, and also thought about Matenjwa. At the time, in 2010, Advocate Matenjwa had dealt with the Jub matter. It wasn't a racketeering matter per se, but it was a matter that caused a lot of, what do you call it? A lot of unhappiness in Soweto. It happened at the time when I was acting in Johannesburg. So I actually allocated the Jub matter to Advocate Matenjwa and Advocate Kanyile, but Advocate Matenjwa dealt with that prosecution and dealt with it successfully. So when incidents in KZN were happening, which would mirror something that may be in that line, I thought that was the reason for the recommendation that I be part of the team. But then, having spoken to General Mabula, who was the lead investigator of the DPCI, the Director of Priority Crimes Litigation Unit, then I gathered that when he approached Advocate Jiba for a prosecutor-guided investigation in respect of this incident, Advocate Jiba asked him, is there a prosecutor that you know that would recommend? General Mabula is in the Northwest, I'm in the Northwest. I was his obvious choice. He said, I work with Mahema in organized crime. Yes. And because of Advocate Matenjwa's involvement in Jub, in my view, then we were the two that were designated to assist the DPCI team as well as the IPAD team in KZN with what appeared to be offenses in KZN.
Yes, thank you.
And correct me if I'm wrong, was the further reason also not the fact that there had also been a case involving someone in Rustenburg who then had to be prosecuted in KZN with all others? The Rustenburg case.
Now, the Rustenburg case was in my view, not a consideration. I thought it was my experience in racketeering matters. And Chairperson, there was a prosecution that I dealt with at the so-called Skirlek prosecution. The Skirlek prosecution was a racist attack in Swartregens. So it was one of the prosecutions that was in the media a lot. So I dealt with that matter. And,
you're not going to my turf.
Oh, yes. I've missed the question. My apologies.
No, the Skirlek matter is in my turf.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Yes, but I do understand those reasons why you were then recommended to go to KZN and lead the team. I thought that perhaps the Rustenburg matter was also a consideration. But I do understand your answer.
Yes.
Looking for the actual case. Yes, I was just checking, Madam Chair, that centralization case. I'm just looking at my notes now. But I suppose that came after you were approached. That's your point.
Remember
Yes, I think it will come later.
We will deal with it,
Maybe we
yes.
should not divert at this stage. Advocate
Thank you very
Mayema,
much.
I think just to save time, let counsel take you there at a later stage.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. So, paragraph 16, you already showed us your familiarity with the terms of reference, so I won't get into that because you mentioned that voluntarily when I was asking you about something else.
Oh, yes, about the...
I was asking you about your own DC, and then you said it's actually mirrored in this DC, and then you read out the terms of reference.
Indeed,
Yes,
indeed.
So we can skip paragraph 16 there. And then in paragraph...
Is it, I'm now reminded of the tea time.
Yes. Yes.
We have gone past the tea time. I'm reminded it is now tea break time. So, Advocate Kaitobi, do you want to pause now or do you want to pursue with that question?
No, Madam
Or
Chair.
you'll park it here until we reconvene?
Yes, I'd rather park it here. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Advocate Mayema, we've agreed with council that we'll take our lunch, beg your pardon, the tea time at 15:15, and then we will adjourn for 30 minutes. We will reconvene at 10:02.
10 to 12.
10 to, yes, at 10 to 12 for you to proceed. Remember, you are still under oath as we adjourn. Thank you, Council. We'll adjourn for tea for 30 minutes. Good day, everyone. Advocate Enquiry, Mr. Malema, Mr. Maema, not Mr. Malema. Mr. Maema, remember you are still under oath. You may proceed, Counsel.
I do, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Maema, we've skipped paragraph 16, and we are at paragraph 17 of your statement. And where you say that you were responsible for coordinating the prosecution team, preparing the prosecution memoranda and draft indictments, and engaging with the processes required for racketeering authorization under POCA, and you have first-hand knowledge of the evidentiary material available at the time, the decision-making processes, and the role played by Advocate Chauke. Could you just explain that?
Indeed, Chairperson. I start with saying I am well placed to deal with the allegations against Advocate Chauke. That notion of no evidence. Because as a lead prosecutor, I was confronted with that evidence. I went through that evidence. Well, obviously, as a lead prosecutor in the state case against Major General Boysens and member of the Kato Mano unit, I took the responsibility to coordinate the activities of the prosecuting team, which includes preparing the prosecution memoranda. I don't like the term draft indictment, the indictment. And engaging the process required for racketeering authorizations under POCA. I confirm that I have first-hand knowledge of the evidential material that was available and the decision-making process within the NPA. And Advocate Chauke, who was coordinating in the beginning phases of the investigation, I'm convinced with the role that he played. And I will be able to deal with the issues that are raised in the terms of reference.
Thank you very much. We can skip paragraph 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, because they are just a guide to the reader of the statement about what is to happen in the statement.
Indeed, Counsel. Yes.
And go to paragraph 25, where you say upfront, Advocate Chauke did not fabricate the case or support the prosecution in the absence of evidence. Can you just, in a snapshot, explain what you mean there?
Chairperson, I refer in the first sentence of paragraph 25 to proper institutional and evidential context. And I say it is clear Advocate Chauke did not fabricate any case to support the prosecution in the absence of evidence. And I am emphatic that his involvement was a limited role, that of coordinating the role within the chain of command within the NPA. The decision to prosecute was grounded on extensive prima facie evidence, which is contained in the dockets and taken through a collective prosecutorial process engaged with by the prosecution team, which included the prosecutors, members of the DPCI, as well as members of the IPAD. When I talk about proper institutional context, Chairperson, as a deputy within the NPA, I communicate through my DPP at all times when I communicate to the NPA. And when I communicate to the NPA, it means when you communicate to the National Director, the upper structure of the NPA. I do not have a direct line to Advocate Shamila Batoy or to Advocate Ramaide, as he then was, a Deputy National Director. So in my capacity as a Deputy Director, I communicate through my DPP. Now, we were based in the DPP office in South Gauteng. That's the office where we were working from. The majority of the staff was in that office. So any communication that came from the prosecution team, together with the investigation team, had to be channeled through a DPP. And the most appropriate DPP to channel it through is the DPP who's close by to us, who's offering us a boardroom from which we could work, which was Advocate Chauke. But I must emphasize that the decisions that were taken is the decisions of the prosecutors. All that Advocate Chauke did was a conduit to convey what we had decided to the upper echelon of the NPA. At no stage did he sit in any deliberations, or at no stage did he question any of our decisions. What he did was, if I communicate to the National Director, I will do a prosecution memo or do a covering letter in the name of a DPP. And the nearest DPP was Advocate Chauke, who had offered us a boardroom from his office from where we were working. So he was just a conduit to convey any message that you wanted conveyed to the upper echelon of the NPA, to the National Director.
Yes. Look, we will have to come back to this on the specific decisions, but
Yes.
I think at the moment you are probably at the right place to just explain the difference in role between the leader of the prosecution team, of which you were,
Yes.
and the coordinator of the prosecution, of which Advocate Chauke was.
All right. Now, myself as a leader, I was coordinating the functions and activities of the prosecution team and our relations with the team led by the DPCI, as well as the team led by the DPCI. Yes. And Advocate Chauke's role was strictly to update him so that he can update the National Director. The command structure of the NPA, a deputy, prosecutors, chief prosecutors, everybody communicated through the DPP. So all he did was just, a conduit through which our decisions or any hurdles or any challenges that we had were channeled through him.
Yes. And in this inquiry, there has been haggling, certainly introduced by the evidence leaders, about this concept, prosecutorial decision.
Yes.
On the one hand, a prosecutorial decision is a decision to institute or retract a prosecution.
Indeed, Chairman.
But there is a range of other decisions in between.
There's a range of other incidental decisions that one takes in the process. Yes.
Yes. And who was taking those in this case?
The prosecution team will take all the decisions.
I see. So
Yes.
you were the person.
That is myself and the list of advocates that are mentioned on page 16 of the affidavit, paragraph 57.
Yes. Yes, we'll come back to those, but the point is this: the decisions about evaluation of evidence, identification of witnesses, whether a charge is good or bad, all of the, I would say, classical prosecutorial decisions were
Yes.
taken by yourselves.
Those decisions were taken by ourselves as a prosecution team.
Yes.
Yes.
And where Advocate Chauke signed documents, they were actually drafted by you, but because you had no line of sight to the...
Absolutely. I was the one drafting the document, and he was my mouthpiece, so to say.
Yes, thank you very much. All right, we'll come back then.
And I assume, Counsel, that we are speaking in terms of the Kato Mano cases.
Indeed, Chairperson.
Nothing outside that, at least for now.
100%, Chairperson.
If I may, Advocate Nkabinde, do you know why Advocate Chauke was made to depose to an affidavit before the Zondo Commission of Inquiry?
Chairperson, the Zondo Commission was investigating what was referred to as state capture, the capture of institutions of the state. And Advocate Chauke, just like myself, just like Advocate Musing, like Advocate Mukatla and Matenjo, we all deposed to affidavits outlining our roles in Kato Mano, and basically showing that we have not been captured by anyone. We were merely doing our work as expected of us.
As I read Advocate Chauke's affidavit before the Zondo Commission, it seems that certain allegations were made against him by Major General Boysons and Advocate Mlojo, if my recollection is correct.
Advocate Mlojo, who was the acting DPP of
KZN.
And I'm asking that...
You may not be aware of that, but
yes.
I asked the point with a view to ascertain, I beg your pardon, whether in your understanding of the allegations leveled against him, if you do, it seems that the allegations were that he made decisions which were motivated by ulterior motives and were biased.
Those are, in a nutshell, the allegations, yes.
Yes. Now, I ask this question because you've just been talking about prosecutorial decision making.
Indeed, Chairperson.
Now, if you say that decisions that were made in relation to the Kato Mano matter were all made by the prosecutorial team, including yourself as the leader of that team, that seemed to exonerate Advocate Chauke insofar as the prosecutorial decisions, the impugned prosecutorial decisions are concerned. Am I correct?
You are 100% correct, Chairperson. Those decisions were taken by me and the prosecution team to the exclusion of Advocate Chauke. Those decisions are ascribed to us. They cannot be ascribed to anyone other than the decision maker, who is us, the prosecution team.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. There is a legal section from paragraph 28 which tracks from the Constitution to the Act up until paragraph 32. That the commissioners are familiar with the law, but I think in one sentence, what is the importance of those sections for your statement?
Those sections outline the single prosecution service which has been established in terms of the section 179(2), I think, of the Constitution.
Yes.
Yes. Section...
Well, you actually deal with that concept at paragraph 30.
Yes. It was important in terms of section 179(1) for a single prosecution service to be established in 1998, because prior thereto we had attorney generals, and the attorney general in Pretoria could take a decision, was independent, and he could take decisions relating to prosecution of matters in the Pretoria area. The DPP in South Gauteng, in the Northwest, in the Free State, in the Eastern Cape, they could all take their own decisions, and their decisions could not be questioned by any other person. So when Section 179 introduced national legislation in terms of which a single prosecution authority was established, the national director was established. And that national director could then, in terms of Section 179.5, review decisions of DPPs. So my understanding, Chairperson, is that original prosecution powers vests in the DPPs and the prosecutors in the regions. The national director has review powers in terms of Section 1795, and those review powers are exercised where there is a representation from the accused person, from anyone affected by the decision consent. But there must be a complaint to the national director, for the national director to exercise the review powers that are in Section 179.5. But the national director can, of course, a matter of national importance or a matter that is causing uproar in the community, ask the concerned DPP, what is happening in this matter? And can you give me a report in respect of this matter? But my understanding of the NPA Act is that original prosecution powers vests in the DPPs and the prosecutors in the DPP office.
Yes. Well, there's a second element to this concept of single, which is there is now one boss who can instruct Advocate Mayema to leave the Northwest and go to KZN.
Of course.
You can also instruct Advocate Chauke to leave Gauteng and to go to KZN.
Yes, but national legislation,
Yes.
the NPA Act regulates how that should happen.
Yes.
Like Section 24A of the NPA Act,
Yes.
the 1998 Act, says a Deputy Director of Prosecutions can exercise the powers that he has within the area where he has been appointed in terms of Section 24A.
Yes.
But in terms of Section 24B, he can exercise powers, prosecution powers, in relation to those instances where he has been authorized thereto in writing by the National Director of Prosecutions. So, Mayema being myself appointed in the Northwest, I exercise prosecution authority in the Northwest. But should the National Director deem it appropriate in terms of Section 24B of the National Prosecuting Authority Act 1998, the National Director can give me a delegation in writing and say, Mayema, who has been appointed in the Northwest, I delegate you to go to KZN and to look at this incident. And those incidents must be mentioned in the delegation. So it cannot be a wide go and do whatever that go. It must be with specific reference to like in a case of Kato Mano, the incident involving the killing of people, the killing of people within the taxi violence situation that was happening in KZN.
Yes. And specifically in your case, we've got your delegation at page 1A, 151. Just to confirm the point you've just been making. 151, yes.
Chairperson, it is GSM 4.
Yes.
It is a delegation issued by Advocate Nomkobo Chiba, who was then the acting National Director of Public Prosecutions at the time, who in terms of Section 20, read 21, 22, and 24 of the National Prosecuting Act, authorized Sello Gladstone Maema, who's myself, to exercise powers set out in Section 21. So in Section 21, it is prosecution powers. In the lower court and in the high courts, within the area of jurisdiction of KwaZulu-Natal division. Now it mentions, if it didn't have this section, I would have queried it. In all offenses committed by members of the South African Police Service in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and to act on behalf of the state in any appeal, any review, or other applications arising from such criminal proceedings within the province of KwaZulu-Natal, subject to the prosecution policy of the NPA and any direction of the National Director.
Yes.
So here, in addition to the power that I have in terms of Section 24A, in terms of Section 21, I'm authorized by the acting National Director to go to KZN and look at what is happening in relation to all offenses committed by members of the South African Police in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. So it is specific. I can't go there and deal with offenses relating to any other things except those ones specified in the delegation.
Yes, I mean, is that why then you say you took all of the decisions and you asked Advocate Chauke to be your conveyor belt?
To convey them.
Yes.
So Advocate Matenjwa, who was in the same capacity as myself as a Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, also had a delegation worded similarly to this one.
Yes, well, we've got it here at the following page.
Oh, yes.
1A 152.
Yes. Chairperson,
If I may, before we proceed, the delegation, GSM 4, is in terms of Section 25 of the NPA Act. Am I correct?
you are
Among other provisions.
amongst other provisions.
provisions.
You are correct, Chairperson.
So you'd have to read them together.
You have to read them together, yes. Yes.
And of course, 20 sub 5 does not specify whether the person delegated with the powers would then be acting outside of his or her jurisdiction.
Outside the area of
Yes.
jurisdiction to which he has been appointed.
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
Chairperson, you're very right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All right, we've covered then the import of 30, 31, and 32. And then there is also the code of conduct that you've referred to at 33, 34, and 35. And to some extent 36. Do you want to just cover that?
Well,
And that has got to do now with the regulation of the decision making by prosecutors.
of course, yes. Now, that exercise of a prosecution discretion in terms of Section 32, 1A, I'm at paragraph 31, will have to be exercised impartially. Prosecutors have to carry out and perform their duties and functions in good faith, but importantly, without favor, fear, or prejudice, and most importantly, subject to the Constitution and the law. So a prosecutor exercises his discretion in terms of the law, So when it means in terms of the law, it means I can't do it in a vacuum. I must have a docket that has allegations that are under oath, which allegations I am of the view that amount to a prima facie case before I can prosecute, before I can take a decision to prosecute.
Let us assume, and I take into consideration your very clear answer that Advocate Chauke did not make any prosecutorial decision. But evidence has been tendered here that he made certain prosecutorial decisions. Let us assume that they are correct, or Advocate Batoy is correct, that he did make certain prosecutorial decisions. Shouldn't we then be taken to the provisions of the Constitution, read with the Act, to identify in what respect precisely did he deviate from the provisions of the Constitution and the law?
Indeed, Chairperson, I think I submit you are very correct, Chairperson. If any allegation is made that he performed any function contrary to the law, then that section has to be referred to. But insofar as the Kato Mano matter was concerned, I was the lead prosecutor. I and my team took all the decisions relating to the Kato Mano. And all we did was, because of the protocol in the NPA, of not being able to communicate directly to the National Director, he exercised a coordinating role of ensuring that whatever that we decide is communicated correctly to the National Director. And this would happen by means of briefings that we do to him and reports that we will write to him. So until when Mr. Ngasana directed that he should not be party, he should not partake because he is appointed only in South Gauteng. Before then, being prosecutors who are based, or being a team that was functioning from his office, we saw no other person to communicate the decisions that we have taken, to communicate prosecution decisions that we have taken to the National Director. We used the Director of Prosecutions, who was close by to us.
Thank you, Advocate Nkabinde.
Thank you. You know, what I hadn't noticed until recently was that your delegation also included litigation. So if there is a case that comes to challenge the decisions, you actually had the mandate to defend it.
Indeed,
Yes.
Chairperson, we did. It's specific in the delegation that if there is any review or any appeal, we are mandated to deal with it.
And you know now Mr. Chauke is now charged, among others, for supporting the opposition, the institution, well, firstly the opposition to the review and the institution of the appeal.
Which is very absurd when the NPA knows who made those decisions. It's no secret. The prosecution team, Mahema and his prosecution team made those decisions. And when the government judgment came out...
The judge governed judgment.
My apologies, Counsel. Judge...
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Counsel. When the judge governed judgment came out, we had a meeting, we had a briefing session with the counsel who dealt with the matter, Advocate Lawrence Howdes, SC, and we registered our dissatisfaction with him, and we informed Advocate Chauke, our coordinator, who was conveying all our decisions to the National Director. We informed him that we formed a view that we should appeal this decision because we don't agree with it.
Not only appealing, but opposing the review application also, I suppose?
Initially, Chairperson, we considered appealing it But if you go through the decision of Judge Govan, you will see that
you're not answering the right question.
okay.
The judge is asking the decisions that the prosecution team took did not only include appealing, but also included opposing initially.
Of course, yes.
Ab initio, opposing the review.
Yes,
That's
you
what
are
it is.
very right, yes.
Well, that's what the judge was asking you, not me.
Yes,
Just
thank you,
answer that
Counsel.
question.
Thank you, Counsel. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you, Chairperson. We also had the authority to oppose any application that would have been launched in challenging any decisions that we had taken.
But as a fact, who took the decision to oppose the application by Mr. Boysen?
The prosecution team took that decision. Myself and the prosecution team took that decision to oppose it.
Yes.
And at no stage was Advocate Chauke part of the decision. What we did was we communicated our decision to him to communicate it to the National Director.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. We've finished
And
the...
that what is supposed to be obvious, the respondents, who were the respondents in that matter, by the way?
The respondent was the acting National Director, because what happened was Advocate Lawrence SC, who was Advocate Lawrence Howdes SC, who was appointed to deal with the matter, then dealt with an affidavit in the name of the acting National Director, Advocate Jiba. And as a prosecution team, we were kept in the dark. We did not see that affidavit until it was filed.
The appeal in the SCA, the NPA was the appellant, correct?
Correct,
No.
Chairperson.
And we are told that Advocate Chauke deposed to an affidavit on behalf of Advocate Jiba, insofar as that appeal is concerned. I'm not sure whether I'm mixing the facts. This is subject to correction. But even so, does the mere fact of deposing to an affidavit or drafting an affidavit on behalf of the head of the NPA in and of itself mean that he was instituting an appeal himself, Advocate Chauke?
No, Chairperson, not at all. Because it was our view ab initio that that decision of Govan J should be appealed against. And Chairperson, maybe if I should mention that when Advocate Ngasana was appointed later, and the appeal was pending, he gave us instructions to not to appeal that decision. Says, if you look at paragraph 39 of Honorable Govan J judgment, it says, if there is sufficient evidence emerges, or if the state procures sufficient evidence, nothing prevents them from approaching the National Director afresh to procure fresh racketeering authorizations. And that was a decision that we took instead of appealing. When we were told that not in my name will you appeal, we said, well, the judgment allows us to go back to the drawing board and to secure evidence justifying the issuing of racketeering authorizations. And that decision was taken by the prosecution team with the exclusion of Advocate Chauke.
Yes. Thank you.
So, Counsel, I interrupted you because we are talking about their delegated powers, among others, to litigate. That's where.
Yes, so I was going to show you that specific paragraph. So if you go back to 1A stroke 151,
Say again, Council.
if you go back to 1A stroke 151 at GSM 4,
I'm there, Council.
yes. So if you look at the last paragraph, among the terms of your delegation, so you are given the delegation to exercise powers under Section 20 of the Act, but the more important one for the purposes of the review and the appeal is the last delegation. Can you confirm what that delegation says?
Indeed, Chairperson. It says, and to act on behalf of the state in any appeal, review, or other applications arising from such criminal proceedings within the province of KwaZulu-Natal, subject to the prosecution policy of the NPA and any other directive of the National Director.
Yes. So the actual powers to oppose the application fell with you, who holds a position even below that of Advocate Chauke.
Indeed, Chairperson.
Yes. And the same, if you go to the second authorization of Advocate Matenjo, which is a page later, 1A152, he also has delegated powers to oppose review proceedings and to institute appeals.
Indeed, Chairperson.
And that is then confirmed. Who was Marty van Wyk? The name that appears at 1A153. Sorry, I think that seems to have
the
been...
next page.
Yes, the following page, yes.
Okay.
That seems to be a PA, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Marty van Wyk was the PA to the DPP of the Northwest.
Yes.
We are now at GSM 5.
GSM 5.
five.
Yes, sorry, yes.
She acted at both the PA of the DPP as well as the PA of the Chief Prosecutor.
Yes. But the point, if you look at the content of that email, is Mr. Smith is telling Advocate Jiba the following: I am informed by Advocate Mayema that you have decided that he must be part of the team that will handle the Kato Mano case in KZN. Okay? He is not very clear as to what his role should be, and has indicated to me that he would only be required to attend the initial planning sessions to help in putting together a plan of action and help in ensuring that all the agencies appreciate and understand their role in the operation, provide guidance and advice from time to time regarding the investigation and prosecution. He would not be required to read the dockets and prepare the indictment and to do the prosecution. All his traveling and accommodation would not be carried by my office. In order for us to clearly understand his working relationship with the rest of the team and to understand what he would be required of him and indirectly of me as the head office, kindly confirm or correct our above-mentioned perceptions so that we at least could have some kind of MOU. It looks like at the beginning it was presented in a very vague way because at a later stage, in fact, you played more than what was initially described.
In fact, at the beginning, because Advocate Matenjo is a deputy, I am a deputy. That was my understanding of what my role would be. But when there is a letter that was written by Jackie Lipinga, because I wanted to find out exactly what my role would be, because I thought Advocate Matenjo and I are on the same level. I mean, until I was told that you are the lead prosecutor.
Yes.
And you will do prosecution, you'll do everything what is contained in your delegation, and not the things that are in GSM, where is that email of Advocate Smith?
Can you look at 1A/150?
150.
GSM 3.
Yes. GSM 3 was a communication from
I mean, you said it was written by Jackie Lepinka.
Yes, from
That's
the
what
Office of the National Director.
Yes.
Because I had communicated my uncertainty with the role that I'm expected to be playing. When then I was told in no uncertain terms that my role will be determined by the events as the matter progress.
Yes.
This matter is a national project, and therefore the cooperation from all the relevant identified officials is important and should not be hampered, as it will have an impact on the said matter. Because at the initial beginning, I thought I would be able to continue with the matters that I was dealing with in the Northwest, and I will not be expected to deal with the prosecution decisions of those matters if they were to arise. But we were informed to the contrary that no, you will exercise powers that are in Section 24B, which is, dealing with those matters. If it's prosecution, you prosecute. If it's an appeal, you deal with it, which means your full prosecution might. You go and exercise it in KZN.
Yes. Yes, I mean, I suppose unlike an ordinary prosecutor, here you've got something more substantive because they're saying, if these people challenge this, oppose it. Don't come to me asking for permission.
Yes.
You've got the power.
Yes.
Yes.
In fact, what we did was, just as when we prosecute now, a prosecutor is expected, can be questioned, his authority to prosecute can be questioned at any time. So I'm expected to have my prosecution delegation and to show it to anyone who wants to see it, be it a member of the public. My authority to prosecute, when it's questioned, I should be able to show any person what my authority is.
Yes. Madam Chair, we finished the index, which hopefully would be useful in referring to the annexures. It contains the GSM reference and the page number. So perhaps those could be handed up.
Yes, Council, thank you.
Does the witness have? Mr. Maima, do you have the index?
I do have a
Oh,
copy.
sorry.
Council.
Okay,
Thank you.
I was waiting for you. Sorry. Okay.
My apologies.
No, that's fine. I didn't clearly communicate.
I suppose this list will add up to the exhibit list that is now being prepared by Advocate Kato.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Your team or your juniors will work with her to make sure that there is a continuation from this list of annexures.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you. Mr. Ramokhal is in court and is listening. All right. So now can we move on to Kato Mano now? I think we've done enough scene setting. Okay.
Indeed.
From
Chairperson
Part
Hare.
B, yes.
Yes,
Yeah, okay. So take us through then paragraph 38 and 39 and 30 and 40. We'll deal with Colonel Ayer, but there you describe the command structure of the Kato Mano unit, the so-called Kato Mano unit.
Yes.
Yes.
Chairperson, insofar as Kato Mano is involved, we considered we looked at a number of case dockets of incidents which occurred during the period 2006 to 2007 involving the Kato Mano Serious Violence Crime Unit, which was headed by General Johan Boysen, who was then holding the rank of a brigadier. And he served as a director of that unit. Although the formal designation of the unit changed from time to time, for operational purposes, functional purposes, it remained essentially the same entity. And I'm saying this, Chairperson, because in 2006, in 2010, the concept of organized crime was introduced, where there was a specific focus now on organized crime. And what happened then from 2007 to 2010 was that Kato Mano SVC, serious violent crime, became part of this new established organized crime unit. This organized crime unit was introduced in all the provinces. In the Northwest, in Gauteng, all the provinces had organized crime units. And they had heads they had provincial heads of those organized crime. In KZN, the General Johan Boysen became the provincial head of organized crime. In the Northwest, General Mabula became the provincial head of organized crime.
Yes. And then in paragraph 40, you refer to the command structure, which is annexed as GSM 1, 1A to 140.
Chairperson, if you look at GSM 1, if I can have a look at it. Chairperson, if you look right in the center of GSM 1.
1A to 140.
On GSM 1, right at the center there. Or let's say it's headed Provincial Organized Crime Organogram in KZN. Now, the provincial commander there on top would be General Johan Boysen.
Advocate Toby, I can hardly see, irrespective of my double lens.
Madam Chair,
Hardly see what is
yes.
here.
Yes.
Chairperson, I can see
perhaps
it because
let's-
I worked on a copy that was more legible than this.
No, I think perhaps what we should do is to try and find a more readable
More-
copy, because I can see, but there are some parts that I also can't see.
Well, I can see all the parts. Provincial Commander, Organized Crime, KZN. Because I have worked on this matter. I have seen this document
Yes, we
before.
are not quibbling with that,
Yes.
Advocate Maema. We need to have documents, because when we present this report to the President, you won't be there to explain to him. So we must have legible copies, at
Indeed,
least.
Chairperson.
Or this document can be re-prepared. I don't know. Can you just get a clearer copy? Is it possible to get a clearer copy or read it into the record?
Yes.
If you can read everything here,
I-
from Provincial Commander, Organized Crime, KZN, and read what is below that, I see Boysen's there.
All right.
Maybe for now.
Maybe you can take him through the document.
Yes, I think for now, then let's try and do it the hard way. We will try and find a better copy at a later stage. All right. What is this document we're looking at GSM 1?
GSM 1 is a provincial organogram of organized crime in KZN.
Yes, all right. And then do you know its origins, where it was produced?
It's a document that we obtained that was in the command structures in KZN.
But it was produced from the SAPS itself.
From the SAPS itself, yes.
All right, okay. Now, in the middle top, it's written Provincial Commander, Organized Crime KZN, and Director J.W. Boysen. Is that
Yes,
correct?
That is correct.
And what is that designation for?
What it tells us is that General Johan Boysen, when organized crime was introduced in 2010,
Yes.
yeah, he then became the provincial head, provincial commander of organized crime in KZN. That's the name that is not visible there, Director J.W. Boysen. It's the portfolio that he's holding.
Yes. And then,
Underneath him, straight with an arrow, you see.
yes, there are two arrows. There's one arrow to the left. I suppose you can ignore that because it's for the secretary. That seems to be more of an admin role.
Indeed, Chairperson.
All right. And then there's a straight arrow, which is, let me just see, OCIUK, OCIU KwaZulu-Natal. Durban, Superintendent Aya, Peter Marisberg, Superintendent Lats, Richards Bay, Superintendent Mtembu, Port Shepstone, Superintendent Newswa, Asset Forfeiture, Superintendent Wakefield. Can you just explain what that is?
Chairperson, if one goes to page 11, paragraph 40 of my affidavit.
Okay. Yes, we are there.
This is the document that is referred to, the organogram of Provincial Organized Crime Unit. The Devon Organized Crime Unit fell under the... now, the Devon Organized Crime Unit would be... if one looks at the... What do you call this?
The square in the middle.
The square, yes,
Yes.
the square in the middle that has Director J.W. Boysen. There is an arrow directly underneath it.
Yes.
That says OCI KwaZulu-Natal. That is Organized Crime Investigative Units in KwaZulu-Natal. Now, in paragraph 40, I spelled them out. It was Provincial Organized Crime Unit in KZN. That's the last but one line, comprised of Durban. Now, when you look at this square, the first on top there is Durban.
Yes.
And then the next will be, in the organogram, it says PMB. In my statement, it says Peter Marisberg. That was the second one. And then the third says Richards Bay, which I have mentioned it in the statement. Now, in the next line is Port Shepstone, and then lastly, Asset Forfeiture. So, Devon was under the command of Senior Superintendent Aya. Peter Marisberg was under the command of Senior Superintendent Lats. Richards Bay was under the command of Superintendent Mtembu. And Port Shepstone was under the command of Superintendent Newswa. Newswa as in NWUSWA.
All right. Now, just before we move from there back to your statement, I mean, is there anything in the organogram that is crucial other than to show that Director Boysen was directly overseeing organized crime in Durban?
Counsel you 100%. All it says is that Director Boysen was in control of all those organized crime units in Durban, Peter Marisberg, Richards Bay, Port Shepstone, and the asset forfeiture, which were headed by Durban, Sup Aya, Peter Marisberg, Sup Lats, as I have noted in paragraph 40 of my statement.
And the arrow on the left and the right, for the current purposes, we can ignore them.
Yes, because on my left, it would be policy,
Yes.
and on the right, it would be something else. But operationally and effectively, the unit is the one in the center.
Yes. Well, there are two that are two squares that are important. It's the top and the center.
The top and the center, Council.
All right. Thank you very much. Now we come back then to your paragraph 40. Is there anything you wish, because there's still the last sentence there that is crucial that you haven't touched upon?
Within each of these units were various sections. One such section, a small and tightly knit group officers stationed at Kato Mano, which was referred to as a Kato Mano SVC, Kato Mano Serious Violent Crime.
So, do you want to explain what that means?
Now, when organized crime was introduced in 2010, as I outlined in paragraph 39, the Kato Mano serious violent crime was introduced to deal with the serious organized crime in the province.
Yes.
So the unit that was dealing with organized crime was this Kato Mano serious violent crime ought to have been part of the Durban organized crime, which was under the command of Senior Superintendent Aya.
Yes.
Senior Superintendent Aya, who is mentioned in
Paragraph 41.
In paragraph 41, yes, just the yes.
Yes. All right. So the point is that there is the provincial organized crime.
Yes.
Under it, there is the Durban organized crime, which is led by Colonel Aya.
Colonel Aya, yes.
And then under Colonel Aya is...
You have section commanders.
And then who, according to your statement?
Now, those section commanders are Colonel Olivier.
Yes.
Now, Colonel Olivier Olivier
Yes.
is a person that I refer to. Chairperson, can I ask to refer to them when I refer to the indictments as accused 9, knowing full well that the matter has been withdrawn and they are not accused
Maybe
persons?
you can just deal step by step with what counsel is dealing with now. He's dealing with 41.
Yes.
He's trying to look at those people who were under the command of Colonel Aya.
The people who are under the command of Colonel Aya was Colonel Olivier, the section commander. Colonel Olivier was supposed to report to Colonel Aya.
Yes. All right. So what we know, at least from the structure you've depicted, is you've got Mr. Boysen at the top.
Yes.
And then you have Mr. Aya or Colonel Aya.
Yes.
And then you have Mr. Olivier, Lieutenant Colonel Olivier.
As a section commander.
In that chain of command.
Yes.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much. Okay. So then you mentioned, we can skip the rest of paragraph 41. I don't think it touches upon. We're still laying the structural foundation.
Yes.
At paragraph 42, you mentioned there that over time these sections changed, but that core group remained unchanged. Can you just explain that?
The core group, that means the core member of Kato Mano SVC,
Yes.
it remained the same,
Yes.
despite the changes that were referred to. Remember, I referred to 2010 when organized crime was introduced. This member of Kato Mano SVC, they literally just remain the same, which means in police terms, when you deal with serious violent crime, when I'm paired with Advocate Nkabinde, for example, he should be somebody that I have worked with, that I trust with my life, because serious violent crime is serious violence crime, and it can take your life. So when I'm paired with a particular individual, is an individual that I should be able to bet my life with. I should say, if an incident arises and my life will be at stake, he will cover for me. I'll do the same for him. Which means if you are in an instance of, Chairperson, say, a bank robbery, and attackers fire at the police who are trying to arrest them. And Officer A works with Officer B. Officer B must be confident that Officer A will protect his life with his own life. Must be confident that I can bet my life on my partner.
Yes. I mean, for the purposes that we are dealing with, the continuity, despite the changes, includes two facets. One is that General Boysen was promoted to the province.
Yes.
That's the change.
Yes.
The second is that a new unit or a new provincial unit, organized crime, was created.
Indeed.
But that didn't affect the people that actually occupied the positions at Kato Mano. Except, of course, Mr. Boysen had to be replaced, and we know he was replaced by Colonel Aya.
Indeed, Chairperson, what happened is, despite General Boysen being in the province now as a provincial commander, and Kato Mano, which was part of organized crime in Durban, having to report under Superintendent Aya. Superintendent Aya was rendered redundant, and General Johan Boysen continued making Superintendent Aya redundant and leading the Durban organized crime, leading these members of the Kato Mano SVC.
Yes. So that's the continuity you are talking about.
That's the continuity, yes.
Right. Thank you. Now, if we can then move to paragraph 43, because there you are distinguishing now the people that were de facto managers from those that were participants. We are beginning to do the foundation of the charge, but let's start with who you've identified there as holding managerial or command positions.
Now, for the purpose of poker,
Yes.
certain members of the Kato Mano SVC occupied managerial or command positions within this group. I mentioned that Colonel Aya was rendered redundant. So General Boysen replaced him, although being in the province, but then he continued having a close relation with Colonel Olivier, Neville Eva, who has now passed, may his soul rest in peace, accused 15 Anton Lochem, and Eugene Van Tonder. So those were the people that were occupying the managerial positions within Kato Mano SVC.
Yes. Now, we will deal with this later when we deal with the requirements of poker, but it might be a convenient time to just debunk one myth that has percolated the Cock report, so-called, that you cannot just duplicate. That is what they say. I'm not saying they're correct. Duplicate the formal structure and say that constitutes management of the enterprise. How did you see it as the lead prosecutor?
Well, as a prosecution team, we saw General Johan Boysen, although he has to be as the provincial commander in the province and not in Durban organized crime or in serious violent crime. We saw him rendering Aya redundant and taking over what Aya is supposed to be doing. What is instead of the commanders reporting to Aya, they report to him. And the core managers then were Olivier, Lieutenant Colonel Olivier, Captain Eva, Captain Lochem, and Captain Van Tonder. So all of them, instead of reporting to Aya, then they reported to General Boysen, as if General Boysen was the unit commander. So instead of being the provincial commander, he then doubles up as provincial commander and as unit commander, rendering AIA redundant.
Yes. So the accusation that all you did was just to take the formal structure and to substitute it for an enterprise. Is that?
No.
Yes.
What you did is we looked at the activities of the unit, what actually happened.
Yes.
And we saw that, for instance, when an incident happens, Lieutenant Colonel Olivier, Captain Eva, all the managers
Yes.
would then inform General Boysen instead of informing their unit head, who's supposed to be Colonel Aya. So incident will happen without Aya's knowledge, but with the full knowledge of General Boysen, full knowledge and support of General Boysen.
Yes. So in sum, you regarded them as de facto in management of the enterprise.
We consider them as a de facto managers of the enterprise.
And then the balance were then participants.
The balance were then participants in terms of Section 21F.
Yes, thank you very much. Now, in the following page, at paragraph 44, you give the context to these events, and you start with the taxi conflict between Stenga Taxi Association and KwaMaphumulo Taxi Association. Can you just outline that background?
Thank you, Chairperson. Superintendent Kongo was a member of the taxi violence task team in KZN. He investigated taxi violence killings in KZN. There was a continuous feud between the Stenga Taxi Association and the KwaMaphumulo Taxi Association that he was investigating. And then he would, from time to time, then transport those accused persons, or take those dockets to court, and take those accused persons to court, together with his team. Now, on the paragraph 45, on the 27th of August, Sub Kongo was taking...
27th August 2008, just also announced it.
Oh, yes. 27 August 2008, Superintendent Kongo was taking accused persons to court when an ambush happened. Superintendent Kongo was in a company of Inspector Kanyile, together with others. What happened there was there were roadblocks. The road was being refurbished. The result was that the vehicles, when they arrived, they had to slow down. Now, at that time where they slowed down was the time when shots were fired at the two vehicles that were transporting the accused persons to court. But from the members of the investigation team that saw the car in which Superintendent Kongo was traveling, the concentration of the shots were fired at the vehicle in which he was traveling. That's why you see him then dying at the scene of the shooting. And Inspector Kanyile, who was in a different car with the accused persons, was injured but survived. So what happened then was Kato Mano, Serious Violence Crime Unit, then followed up, analyzed the information that they procured from that scene, and followed up on the killing of Superintendent Kongo. Chairperson, I must just mention that when this incident happened on 27 August, 2 other police officers had been killed. Superintendent Govenda had been killed, and Nkosi Zondi was killed.
Was
Was this in the same incident?
No. Different incidents. What I'm saying is that Nkosi Zondi was killed. Nkosi Zondi was a member of Kato Mano unit. Was killed in a separate incident. Subgovenda was killed in a separate incident. But now,
look,
when
Nkosi Zondi was killed on the 22nd of January 2008, and Superintendent Kongo was killed on the 27th of August 2008.
yes,
Yeah, so there is at least about a year in between the killing. But let's just concentrate on the killing of Superintendent Kongo. That's
yes.
where we are right now. We will come
Yes.
back to Nkosi Zondi.
okay. Now, what happened then was when Sub Kongo was then shot at and killed, Kato Mano SVC felt enough is enough. You cannot have men in blue killed in the manner that are being killed by thugs. Criminality is taking over. They felt they must follow information that they collected from the scene of Sub Kongo's killing. So, paragraph 46, following the shooting of Sub Kongo, members of Kato Mano SVC then targeted individuals that they suspected of involvement in his killing. And then the pattern that emerged from there was anybody that they suspected of involvement was raided. And all of these incidents, we see them happening after the killing of Sub Kongo, which gave us the impression that Kato Mano said, enough is enough. Criminals are not going to take over. We will deal with this criminality in KZN. And dealing with criminality in terms of the law means arresting them and bringing them before courts of law, for courts of law to determine their guilt or otherwise. But what we saw happening after the killing of Sub Kongo was Kato Mano went on a rampage of raiding suspects or people that they suspected of involvement in taxi violence or in the killing of Sub Kongo, and killing all of them.
Yes. Could I just ask you on this point, this idea about the killing of Superintendent Kongo? The one view is that it was used as cover for the elimination of KwaMaphumulo, members of the KwaMaphumulo Taxi Association. We've asked for this docket. We haven't seen it. The promise is that it will be made available so that we can actually see what happened in the investigation of Superintendent Kongo. From your point of view as the investigators, as the prosecutors in the team, I mean, were you given access to the docket of the murder of Superintendent Kongo?
Chairperson, we asked for this docket.
Yes.
It never came forth.
Yes.
We asked to speak to, the investigators asked to see Inspector Kanyile, who had survived the ambush. So far, we haven't seen a statement that he had made. At the time that we were dealing with this matter, he was hospitalized. And a statement has never been obtained from Inspector Kanyile.
Yes. So it remained an open question as to whether the Kato Mano unit had any legitimate basis to connect anyone to the murder of Superintendent Kongo.
Indeed, Chairperson. In fact, Sub Kongo in KZN, the witnesses that we consulted with said he was a stray cop. he was dealing things in the right manner, taking accused persons to court. And there was a view at some stage that Kato Mano would have been jealous of the successes that he was having in Kato Mano, in dealing with, in quelling taxi violence in KZN.
Yes, well, there is a statement, but we'll deal with that, that actually says, in fact, even Kato Mano could have had a role in the elimination of Superintendent Kongo.
Indeed.
Madam Chair, without being seen to be intrusive,
Please speak to that mic and speak loud.
Yes, without interrupting Advocate Ngetobi's leading of evidence, but perhaps one should be reminded that he is leading the witness in chief. He's not cross-examining the witness. And therefore, he should be testifying through the witness and not put the evidence to the witness for the witness to testify. If, for example, he wants to put a particular point, maybe he should draw the witness's attention to that point and let the witness tell us in his own words and not in Advocate Ngetobi's words as to what conclusions and what were the propositions. Because it's his witness, it's not the cross-examining the witness. If it was cross-examination, we would accept that, but it's his evidence, it's his witness, and the witness is in chief.
Are you suggesting that Advocate Ngetobi is coaching the witness?
He is leading the witness, he's leading the witness per se. Not that he's coaching the witness, but he's leading the witness. He should be asking the witness his questions and not put propositions to the witness for the witness to just confirm.
Advocate Ngetobi?
My learned friend must point out to the question that he's objecting to. What is unacceptable is for him to make a generic statement. If he's got a question that I have asked that is leading, he must tell me what that question is.
For example, the latest question that he just asked about the matter of Congo, that in fact the proposition is that the matter of Congo was used as a cover-up by the Kato Mano squad to eliminate members of the Wamapumulo Taxi Association. The witness had not told us that. He's the one telling the witness, and the witness simply agrees with him. He should perhaps point the witness to that evidence and get the witness to tell us in his own words as to whether what was the witness's interpretation of that evidence. Remember, the witness is here to tell us that he's the one who studied the documents and it is the evidence that he considered. I'm sure whatever proposition that Advocate Ngetobi wants the witness to say, the witness can say it himself.
I thought, subject to correction, I thought Advocate Ngetobi was saying there are allegations that this was a cover-up, something to that effect. Did you understand him to say that?
But then the witness simply agrees with him. If there are allegations, if there's any evidence led, he should maybe draw the witness' attention to say, "Look, there's this evidence. What is your comment on that?" Instead of saying, there is evidence that this is just a cover-up, and the witness says yes. The witness does not know what evidence is that.
If I may, do you know of anything that counters what he says as you are objecting?
We're not objecting to the evidence per se, but the manner in which the evidence is being sought to be extracted from the witness. That's what we're asking him to do. That if there's evidence that, for example, if there's a document in the bundle that seeks to support that proposition, let him go to that document and say, "This is the evidence. What is your comment on that?" Let the witness speak for himself.
Yes, Advocate Mchweni, sometimes the procedures under the inquiry, bearing in mind your role, this is not a criminal prosecution. Your role as evidence leaders is to assist us. I'm not sure as you object with a view to protect who or what?
No, Madam Chair, we're not seeking to protect. We're just saying that it's part of our role to make sure that the evidence comes out not propositions from Advocate Ngetobi. If there's evidence that Advocate Ngetobi wants to point out, let him point out that evidence and not let him put conclusions to that witness. That is the premise from which we're asking him to do.
Now, the evidence that he was referring to, or allegations of a cover-up, that's where your uneasiness is?
Yes, because what we're asking is that if there's that evidence, let him show the witness here's a statement by a witness who says, or if there's going to be evidence later on, at least let him preface that to say, I will take you to a statement that says this was the cover-up, so that the witness can at least be able to comment on that, on the basis of tangible evidence.
Yes.
We're not seeking to prevent any evidence from coming out, Madam Chair. We want that evidence to come out.
Advocate Ngetobi?
Madam Chair, with the greatest of respect, I mean, firstly, my learned friend is just wrong when he says that the witness confirmed. The witness didn't confirm. I said the allegations are that this was used as a cover for the killing of Superintendent Chauke. The person who gave that evidence is Advocate Noko. Everyone was here. Now, does he want me to go to the transcript and say this is where Advocate Noko says? This is a waste of everyone's time. There is a statement at page 1A/179, GSM 8, by Begingosi Mtiani Dlondlo. And you can go to page 1A/180, which says exactly what the witness has just said. This was a straightforward cop who didn't take favors, and the suspicion was that the reason he was killed, it was to eliminate him. Do you want to go through to that? Maybe that will simplify all of this.
What paragraph are you reading?
I am now at, so if you could, thank you, Madam Chair, if you could go to GSM 8 1A/179. So that's where the statement of Dlondlo starts. But he then discusses Chauke specifically at 1A/180. Yes. And 1A/181. Yes, he says the cause of Mr. Chauke's, paragraph 7, the cause of Mr. Chauke's death was that he was investigating and arrested Maphumulo Tax Association members. Mr. Chauke was killed by a Maphumulo Tax Association. Nkosi Zondi was a policeman working for Kato Mano unit. Information was taken to Nkosi Zondi, and Nkosi Zondi arranged with his unit Kato Mano and also poisons his commander. I mean, this has been here since we began, so this objection is a waste of everyone's time. Do you want to comment on that? I mean, they were saying I should give you the actual statement, which is there, so maybe you can comment then.
My understanding, Council, is we are starting to build up.
Yes.
My understanding, Council,
Just deal with the statement. Don't make the argument for me. I've made the argument. You know. So.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, the statement of Begingosi Mtiani, who was referred to as Dlondlo, is the statement that tells us what happened. His perspective of Superintendent Chauke's killing. If one looks at paragraph 7, it specifically deals with his view of Superintendent Chauke's killing. The cause of, he says, Mr. Chauke.
I've read it to the record, but
yes.
I just wanted to make sure that there is a statement there. This thing is not made up by me.
Yes, as well as Nkosi Zondi. His name is also mentioned in the same paragraph.
Exactly. Thank you. Let's move on then back to your statement.
Before you do that, we are still on the objection. Council seemed to be concerned about what you said was an allegation of a cover-up. Am I correct?
Madam Chair, I think the manner in which you just asked the question clarified that, because the proposition you made to the witness was that there was a cover-up. So what we wanted was let him point the witness to that evidence, and EJ has just addressed it. So that deals with our concern.
So the objection cannot be sustained.
Not after our Advocate Andrew has done, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I may proceed then. I think, yes, thank you. All right. Now you then, we were at paragraph 47. So we've addressed that Congo is the alleged trigger, but we know what the witnesses subsequently told you.
Yes.
And then, well, Superintendent Congo is the alleged trigger.
Yes.
And then from paragraph 47, you refer to media reports.
Chairperson, just before this last aspect escapes me, in paragraph 46, 6 persons as at that date were killed, and one will see that in the indictment, and the 6 persons that had already been killed at that time would include Lindelani Buthelezi in Kwadukuza case 39 of 9 of 2008, Magojela Ndimande, as well as Sbusiso Tokozani Tembe in Howick case 106 of 9 of 2008. On the 18th of September, Nzameni Johannes Ntuli, who was generally there called Kopolota, as well as Nkosinati Wilson Ntembu, and the 7th person would then be Mdu Mkize.
So that's 6 or 7?
6.
Yes. Okay.
So 6 persons would have already been killed. But what I wanted to say is 5 are members of the taxi association, whereas 1 was a bodyguard. Tembe was a bodyguard.
Yes, Mr. Tembe was a bodyguard of Mr. Ndimande.
He was a bodyguard of Mr. Ndimande. They were killed together on the Howick, on the N3 Howick freeway towards Johannesburg.
And the names of these people that you have read into the record now or mentioned them, where are you reading them from?
Chairperson, I'm reading them from the indictment, from the summary of substantive facts.
Please take us there. When you move from your affidavit and you go to another document, I let Advocate Chauke that you are now referring to a document so that we can go to that document.
What might work for you is perhaps to look at GSM 75. If you want to do that exercise, which is 1A711 in file 3. Um, 711. Advocate. Yes. Yes, that's the prosecution memo. So GSM 75, and then you can go then to the names you wanted to mention.
Chairperson, GSM 75, paragraph 3 mentioned killings and lawful activities which were
And if you
Which
look
were-
specifically at 1A712 under paragraph 5.
Yes. The names that I had mentioned are the names that are in the prosecution memo GSM 75. The very same names are also in the indictment. These names of the deceased who are in the indictment. In paragraph 5, Chairperson, the taxi violence killings are directly related to the killing of Superintendent Khono, Zetembe Mawakile Khono, and the killing of Inkosi Wellington Zondi. Superintendent Khono was a coordinator dealing with the taxi violence killing between KwaMaphumulo Taxi Association and Stenger Taxi Association. He was killed whilst transporting prisoners to court, or accused persons to court, on the 27th of August, 2008. Certain members of KwaMaphumulo Taxi associations, and I will mention those names, were suspected of having a role in the killing of Superintendent Khono, and were subsequently tracked and killed from 3 September 2008 to 18 October 2008. And this is the subject of the dockets that are referred to in the table. We refer to an incident on the 3rd of September 2008. The docket reference number is Kwadukuza case 39/9 of 2008, is the killing of Lindelani Buthelezi. On the 16th of September 2008, docket reference number being Howie case 106 of September 2008, where Magojela Timson Ndimande, as well as a bodyguard, both Lindelani Buthelezi and Magojela Ndimande are taxi owners. Now, Sbusiso Tokozani Tembe was the bodyguard to Ndimande, who was the vice chairperson of Stenger Taxi Association. On the 18th of September, in
This GSM 75 is your prosecution memo.
indeed, Chairperson.
What's the date in this memo? If you look at the conclusion at B01062, I don't know what is the right numbering, Advocate Andrew. But at the end of that document, which is your prosecution memo, am I correct? Or is it something else? I see the fonts are different.
Oh, yes. Madam Chair, if you go to of the statement, of paragraph 397 of the statement, of the witness statement. 397 at page 104, 1-104. So that's the reference to GSM 75.
The date is
15 of 20,
The
2012,
date is
yes.
15 August 2012.
Yes.
Does not appear on the memo itself.
Yes, I looked at that. You're correct.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going back to my... Yeah, no, paragraph. Huh? No, we were at paragraph 46. Thank you. You remember where we started? The chairperson wanted to know the 6 names you were reading. Where were you reading them from? You've confirmed that they are at 1A711, 712 actually,
Indeed.
under paragraph 5.
Yes.
Yes, all right. Thank you. And that is a prosecution memorandum that you prepared on the
15th of August.
of August 2012.
Yes.
All right. And those are killings related, allegedly, to the murder of Superintendent Tongo.
Yes, those are the killings of people that were suspected to have been involved in the killing of Subkono, who were then tracked and traced by the Kato Mano SVC.
Yes, all right, good. Yes, we were just about to start the issue of the media reports at paragraph 47.
Chairperson, can I also mention that these names are subject of the indictment? So the names of the deceased in the prosecution memo would be the deceased that are mentioned in the indictment.
In the indictment, in respect of the dockets or the cases against those accused people in the Kato Mano cases.
Indeed, Chairperson, yes.
Okay.
So in the indictment, I will also refer you to these very same names. In fact, right now I can tell you, Lindelani was a deceased in which count, and was, yes.
Yes.
But I haven't been asked that question.
No, not yet. It's coming. All right. So the article that is referenced at paragraph 47 is GSM 2, which you will find at 1A/141. Is that correct?
1A stroke
141.
141. It's the different file. 141. I'm there, Counsel.
Can you confirm, is that what is referred to at paragraph 47?
Yes, at paragraph 47, when I refer to media reports, this is the media report that I'm.
And that media report is a report by the Sunday Times of the 11th of December 2011. A report by the journalists Stefan Hofstadter, Mzilikazi wa Africa, and Rob Rose. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chairperson. And this is the this article that caused a real outcry within the community. You can see from the shoot to kill that it wasn't sending a good message.
Yes, and that 1A/142. It's apparent that the journalist had access to the photos, which subsequently became used in the docket.
Indeed, Chairperson.
Yes.
Now on 142A,
Yes.
I think it's important, in the center of the picture there is there are two vehicles there.
Yes. So that's 1A/142.
1A/142.
Okay.
There are two vehicles there, the center of the.
Is that
of
the picture where there are two
picture.
gentlemen shaking hands?
Yeah, the two gentlemen that are shaking hands. One of them is General Boyce, the one in a blue jacket.
Okay.
All these documents that follow the initial documentation 2 at 1A/141. Beg your pardon. All these documents following GSM 2 at 1A-141 are part of that annexure. It's a bundle of documents forming part of that annexure.
That seems to be the case, Madam Chair, because if you look at the top, they are all 11 December 2011.
Yes, and they're all one capital A, and then subsequent numbering.
Yes, yes.
Should we assume or accept that they are all part of that annexure GSM 2?
Yes. Well, do you want to confirm, Mr.?
I confirm.
Yes.
I confirm they are part. I confirm they are part.
You should
Chairperson.
please confirm Advocate Mutsweni will take
Yes,
you to task. Yes.
apparently.
Chairperson, if
Madam
I can
Chair,
just mention.
I've learned the hard way. I'll never do it again.
I beg your pardon, Counsel.
I will never do it again.
No, you're within your right, Counsel, to object if you do not follow something. We are all here to make sure we are doing the right thing. Yes, so this bundle, the 1As, capital A's, are all forming part of that GSM2. I see in
No, there
in
is.
the list, it is up to 1A up to 149. I think that is correct.
Yes, because
Yes,
there is
before-
a different.
Before GSMA 3. You see the list
Yes,
of
yes.
annexures you gave us?
Yes, that's correct.
It seems to confirm that, Counsel.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, so we'll just deal with those as forming part of the bundle
Okay.
before GSM M3.
Yes.
I'm sorry with my irritating voice.
I confirm, Chairperson, that is my understanding.
All right. Thank you. Yes, the only thing that seems to be different.
So when I interrupted, you had just gone to the next page, 1 cap A, and dash, or dash, 142.
142,
And then you
yes.
referred to those pictures and the vehicles there.
Yes,
I missed the point.
I think the witness was drawing our attention to the picture in the middle of the page. Perhaps you should start from there, Advocate Mayema.
Chairperson, what I was saying, the picture in the middle, we see two vehicles there. The one in a blue light, that would be the police vehicle, and the silver.
The one in the front.
The one in the front.
Okay.
The silver vehicle, it would be the Hyundai Tucson that was driven on the 16th of September 2008. As I look at A1-712 of the prosecution memo. That is the vehicle that is the grey Tucson is a vehicle that was driven on the 16th of September 2008, incident Howick case 106 of 9 of 2008. It was driven by the deputy chairperson of the Stenger Taxi Association, Makojela Timson Dimande, as well as his bodyguard, Sbusiso Tokozani Tembe. That was the vehicle they were traveling in. Chairperson, if you look...
Take me to that paragraph in the memorandum that you've just been referring to.
Chairperson, I said on GSM 75,
Yes.
on page, it starts at A1-711.
That's it?
It starts at GSM 75.
Yes.
It starts at A1-711.
Maybe just give me the page number in there.
The page number is A1-712.
712.
Just the next page.
Yes.
There is a table, Chairperson, there
Yes.
with dates, docket reference number, name of deceased.
Yes, thank you.
Now, what I just said was that this vehicle, the grey Tucson, you won't see the registration number, but I know it because I worked on this matter. It's an NRB registration. It was a vehicle that was driven by Timson Magojela Timson Dimande and Sbusiso Tokozani Tembe on the 16th of September 2008. And that one sees on GSM 75 on page A1712 in the table there, Chairperson. The second incident on the 16th of September 2008.
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I think just to correct yourself, the people that were targeted on the thesis of the prosecution were Kwamaphumulo, not Stenger.
Or did I say? Oh no,
Yes,
Kwama
no,
Phumulo
Stenger,
Taxi
yes,
Association.
yes, exactly.
The Stenger were the people that were financing,
Yes.
that were colluding with Kato Mano
Yes.
to.
Yes, so there's no way that Mr. Ndimande could have been the vice chairperson of Stenger.
No. It's Kwama Phumulo. I wasn't hearing myself.
Yes, all right, that's fine. Now, we just go back to the article, that page you were looking at, which is the 1A142.
I'm there, Chairperson.
Yes. Is there anything you want to add on what you've just been describing, that the Major General Poison is there at the crime scene? There is a vehicle there that was driven by Mr. Ndimande and Mr. Tembe. The date is the 16th of September 2008.
I confirm, Chairperson.
I'm saying, is there anything, I'm just repeating what you've said, but is there anything you want to add on top of what you've said?
Chairperson, if you look behind the vehicle, behind the Tucson, the silver grey Tucson.
Yeah, there's a dead body, well, an apparently dead body. I don't know if
Yes,
it's dead.
there is the dead body. And the vehicle that one sees in the blue light would be the police vehicle that was pursuing the Hyundai Tucson that was being driven out of Pietermaritzburg. This incident.
There's a body lying behind that grey vehicle. Tell us about it.
Chairperson, there are doors on the right hand side of a vehicle. At the back, there is a rear door which is opened. Now, if one looks at there's a driver's door and there's a passenger door. Underneath the passenger door, there is a body of a person lying there. That was the bodyguard.
The bodyguard was
Is
Mr.
that
Tembe.
underneath the passenger door or at the rear of the vehicle?
On the picture, you see it underneath the door, but it's at the rear of the
Yes, because there's a tire there.
Yeah, there's a tire.
There's a back tire there.
There's a beige, something that looks with a beige covered with something beige. That is the body of Sibusiso Thokozani Tembe.
So that body is at the back of the vehicle.
It's at the back of the vehicle.
Yes.
Chairperson, we will show you pictures where where this body can be seen.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I just want, you said that the body is under the passenger door, so I just wanted to make sure that I understand that.
It is actually at the rear of the vehicle.
Yes.
Yes.
The depiction makes that very clear.
Yes.
The two gentlemen who appear there, do you know them? The two gentlemen who appear on this picture, do you know any one of them?
The gentleman in a blue jacket with beige pants, that is General Johan Boysen.
That is the gentleman wearing a police vest.
Yes, and the one wearing the one in a white shirt. Chairperson, here I will speak under correction because then I would need to look at the lineup. But my recollection says it's Colonel.
Please, if you're not sure, you can defer your answer. Unless, of course, you are sure about that.
It's a police officer that came in a helicopter with General Johan Boysen. His name is in a statement later.
Okay, well, even the article just identifies General Boysen.
Oh yes, the article in fact says Major General Boysen, head of the Hawks in KZN, on the right, in the picture, yes, arrived by police helicopter at the scene of one of the killings. So this is the scene of the killing of Magojela Timson Ndimande and Sibusiso Thokozani Tembe on the 16th of September 2006 on the N3 highway between just after Howick on the freeway.
Yes.
Yes, we asked these questions because you only got the statements and the documents this morning, just as the evidence leaders. So we will ask you to clarify. I didn't see this recorder
Indeed, Chair.
in fine print, but I see they explain who this gentleman are.
Yes,
Yes, thank you.
thank you, Madam Chair. If you can go to the...
It is 1:45. Advocate Toby.
yes.
Are we moving at a snail's pace? I even forget the time.
Yes, I think we are moving at a detailed pace. I'm happy to adjourn, Madam Chair, for lunch.
We promised you to adjourn for an hour for lunch, but if you like, we can adjourn for 45 minutes. Advocate Mchwene.
Madam Chair, would any time the panel proposes will be fine with us. Even 10 minutes will be fine with us.
Advocate Hale, are you happy with 45 minutes? 1 hour?
But you have an hour.
An hour.
Madam Chair. There's certain matters that I have to attend to unrelated to this. And I still need to look into some of the issues that Advocate Toby raised, or is going to raise.
Yes. We, Advocate Toby, we promised you 1 hour this morning
Yes.
for lunch.
Yeah.
Perhaps you should adjourn for 1 hour, which will take us to, it's now 1:45, 2:45.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We would also appreciate an hour, like Mr. Hale.
Yes.
Yes.
And you might look in also, just Casterly will go through the application that he filed this morning.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, adjourn until 2:45.
Thank you.
We adjourn. Remember, you are still under oath, Counsel.
I do, Chairperson, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Advocate Maema.
Good afternoon, Chairperson.
Good afternoon, Dr. Chauke. You are still under oath, sir.
Indeed, Chairperson.
You may proceed, Advocate Nkabinde.
Mr. Maema, we had finished 1A142. Can we turn to 1A143?
One A143.
Yes.
I am there, Council.
There is a picture there on the right. Do you have any recollection of where that picture could have related to?
This picture on the right, we had actually worked out who the members are.
No, I understand, but I want to know which scene, what...
Oh,
which,
yes.
Yeah.
This is a scene at the homestead at the north of Durban.
Yes.
Council, if you could just bear with me, I will
No,
tell you
that's
what
fine. Yes.
scene this is. It's a scene in Melmoth. I'm just looking for the Melmoth.
Melmoth.
docket.
Okay, yes.
We'll go to the summary of substantial facts.
Melmoth is 23 November 2008. Biela, Bongani Biela, and Kanyisani Biela.
So
That's the Melmoth docket,
That's
CAS
the
142-11-2008.
that's the accounts referred to in the dockets referred to in count 39 to 52 of the docket because we refer to the prosecution memo. Let me go to the prosecution memo.
Before that, you said it's in relation to count 2 in the prosecution memo.
I said it's in relation to no, it's not count 2. Count 39 to 52. Melmoth case 142 of 11 of 2008. It's an incident that
Yes.
happened on the 23rd of November
Yes.
2008.
You are describing this scene from your memorandum. Where do you get the information that you are referring to now?
Chairperson, it is in the indictment.
Where is it? Were you reading from something or you just explaining? So that we can look at the document if you have it right away.
Yes. Madam Chair, the easiest is just to go back to the prosecution memorandum,
prosecution memo, yeah.
because that's the document
Yes.
we have in front of us. The memorandum was at 7:1, where it starts at 7:10. Mr. Maema, just go back to,
It's GSM 75.
yes, GSM 75.
Yes.
And it's at page A1711.
711.
Yes, and then by
Yes.
reference to that, then maybe you can tell us
A1
That it starts at A1, sorry, 1A711.
711 is file 3.
Yes, your memorandum, the prosecutorial memo, GSM 75.
Listen, my GSM ends at 60.
No, but you had it before the adjournment.
Yes. It is in the second file.
File 2.
It's
File 1?
3. It is marked file 3 of 3.
Or GSM 75. On file 3, I
Yes.
see it.
Yeah, so the Melmoth is referred to at 1A713 under paragraph 8.
Melmoth is referred to under paragraph 8 on the are members of the Kato Mano SVC. But you see a woman in a pink top and a navy blue skirt who one can see on the picture that is crying whilst the Kato Mano SVC members are raising their arms in celebration. She is crying, mourning the death of Bongani. It's a relative of Bongani Velapi Biela and Kanyisani Biela, who just lost their lives on the 23rd of November 2008.
Yes, perhaps to assist you, Mr. Mayem, I should take you to the actual NPA documents. We'll come back to the Sunday Times, but
Okay.
it's 1A352 where Melmoth starts.
1A?
352. File 2.
In file 2.
GSM 29.
I am there, Counsel.
Yes. Let's just wait for the panel.
So if on GSM
29.
29,
Yes. That's the entire Melmoth photograph album.
Chairperson, if one looks at the picture on A1-353.
Okay. Can we call them 1A, not A1?
Oh, yes. I keep on saying A1.
Yes, no, it will confuse the record.
It will, Chairperson. But remember, I'm a prosecutor who refers to dockets as A1, A2, A3. Yeah. 1A.
Yes, look, I don't know where that numbering comes from, but I'm sticking to it.
Yeah.
All right, so the Melmoth photograph album starts at GSM 29, 1A352. So what are you saying we should do?
What I'm saying is the picture that is...
Please give me a second. You must remember, Counsel, that we have never gone through these files. We're seeing them for the first time. So we need to page through as you lead the witness. And just to familiarize ourselves with the content of these documents.
Yes.
I'm seeing GSM 31.
GSM 29.
Yes. No.
Is that correct? And then I see the same picture at A1, 1A361, photo 10,
Correct.
and then again at 1A359, photo 8.
Correct,
Something
Madam
like
Chair.
that.
Yes, correct, Madam Chair. What I was simply saying to the witness is that the entire photo album, including the deceased, commences at 1A352.
352.
Yes,
Okay.
that's photo 1 of Melmoth.
Yes, I got it.
Yes.
Thank you.
I think everyone has got it. So please proceed, Mr. Mayema. So I was bringing to your attention that Melmoth case 142/11/2008. The photo album commences at 1A352 under GSM 29. Then you can continue with your narrative then.
That is correct, Chairperson. What I was saying is that the photo that we see on 1A353 of a number of hearts there.
Yes.
One sees just on the stones there. There is a blanket that is covering. Chairperson, when you remove this blanket, and you remove this cover, you find the deceased who is lying on photo 1 on A1352.
On top of those rocks.
On top of those rocks, who's one of the Biela brothers, who is the deceased on the prosecution memo that I referred to on A1713. A1713. Incident on the table that happened on the 23rd of November 2008, Melmoth case 142/11/2008. So the deceased persons that we see depicted on these pictures are Bongani Velapi Biela as well as Kanyisani Biela. Now, what I wanted to say, Chairperson, is that the pictures that you referred to, that is 1A143, that we see again on.
So that picture you will see again at 1A359.
Yes, 359.
Yes. So if you compare the picture we've just looked at from the Sunday Times and 1A359.
Yes.
Yes. Are you saying they come from that incident, the shooting of the Biela brothers?
They come from the shooting of the Biela brothers, and the woman that we see with the blue with the blue cloth covering the head and a pink T-shirt is the relative of the Biela brothers.
Yes. Now, that lady, it's clearer in the Sunday Times article. She appears distraught and possibly crying.
Indeed, Chairperson, she is crying whilst the gentlemen appearing in the photos, which I say are members of the Kato Mano SVC, are raising their arms in celebration.
Yes, we'll come back to their identification. So just to stick then to 1A143, if you look at the...
But before you proceed there, Counsel, when you look at the scene there, I see that motor vehicle and the pictures of 467 and the lady. And then when you look at the earlier picture, where there are rundavels and a body covered with a blanket, is this the same area? Or is it different
Chairperson,
environment?
it is the same area. It is just on another side of the same area.
How do you know that? Have you been there?
We went to Melmoth and we spoke to witnesses there.
You went there.
Yes. Some of the witnesses, I will later specify who we spoke to at the Melmoth homestead.
Yes.
We visited.
It is enough. I mean, if you say you went there,
Yes.
you are familiar with the area.
Yes.
Because when you look at the pictures, they don't give a sense that the place is the same as the one that appears at photo 2 from the look of things. But if you
That we have such a picture. Would you care to comment on that?
Chairperson, I agree it is quite bizarre, but it is what was reported to us that members of the SVC in Kato Mano were celebrating, whilst the family member of the deceased is just next to them crying. At the same scene as well, there was also intake of alcohol. There is going to be a picture somewhere that will show them in the vicinity of the same vehicle enjoying alcohol, whilst a sad family member is sobbing in their presence.
I assume that as you went there to consult with the people, including the family, you would have taken statements to that effect.
Chairperson, we took from this scene specifically, we took a statement from a man that I refer to as Ubaba Biela, but he was actually a bit younger than I am.
But does the witness confirm what you are saying now in his statement?
He gives us a narrative of how the shooting that led to the two deceased persons meeting their death happened.
No, I'm talking about what you are describing to us now, describing these pictures, and that you say these people were there celebrating whilst the lady was distressed. You were not there, and you say you had gone there at one stage, and you then spoke to people there. I suppose
Yes.
you took statements of those people.
Statements were taken.
Who would have been in a position
Yes.
to describe the scene,
Indeed, Chairperson.
the celebration,
Yes.
while
Yes.
someone was in distress
Yes.
at the homestead of the deceased.
Yes.
You do have such a statement.
There is such a statement.
At one stage, Advocate Andrew, you will refer us to that statement because we are now speaking to that aspect.
Yes, indeed. We will look specifically for that, but there is a statement which perhaps the witness can refer to right now, so that which is at GSM 30 at 1A362. But that's given not by Ubaba Biela, but Umama Biela, African female. That also comes from that same incident, Melmoth Cas 14211, 2008. Do you have it, Mr. Mayem?
I am there, Chairperson.
Okay, take me there. Take me there, please. Page
It's page A1,
A1,
1A-362.
162,
No, Madam Chair, 362.
362.
Yes.
Is that GSM 30?
GSM 30.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you.
Now, you said that you have a statement from a witness who describes what happened. Now, This statement here, if you go to 1A363, she says, whilst we were sleeping, they were both, while we were sleeping there, we were both woken up by a strange noise outside the homestead yard, as if somebody was shooting. My husband stood up and opened the door.
Advocate Kato,
Yes.
isn't it better that the witness read the statement into the record? Or you
Yes.
think he might struggle with seeing the
Yeah,
handwriting?
it's possible that he can read it himself. I have no preference either way, but perhaps you should read it, Mr. Mayem.
Yes. Chairperson, on page 18-363, paragraph 3 of GSM 30.
Perhaps for completeness, you can
Can
start at
the
paragraph
beginning.
2.
Oh, yes, yes.
To put the context, yes.
Yes, yes. Perhaps at the beginning, because there it describes who the deceased was and the relationship between the two of them.
Yes, Counsel.
Yes, yes.
Paragraph 2, Counsel, you said, eh?
No, I think start at the beginning because that's
Oh.
where we know why she's giving the statement.
Okay. Chairperson, it's a statement of Bonguche Makosazan Biel, who stays at Debe area, Melmoth, the very area that we are seeing the homestay. She says, I'm an adult female
Of the
of
above.
the above mentioned particulars, and I'm unemployed, and the deceased Bongani
Bongani Velapi.
Biela was my husband.
Yes.
Now, Bongani Velapi Biela is the deceased one on the incident referred to in Melmoth case 142 of 11 of 2008. One sees that on the prosecution memo on page 1A-713.
Seen that? You may proceed.
On Thursday, the 22nd of November 2008, at 2:30 early morning, I was at my homestead, sleeping with my husband. Well, it says sleeping with my husband, the deceased. And in the same house, which is a rondavel, we were sleeping in a rondavel house. Paragraph 3.
Are you reading the same statement that I have? Because you seem to be reading something else.
I'm reading it in a. Perhaps I should read it the way it is.
Yeah, of course, you have to read it the way it is. You cannot edit it.
Well, I'm reading it in a way that it
Mr.
makes
Mayama,
sense.
please, just read the statement.
Yeah. On Thursday, the 28th of November 2008, at plus minus 02:30, I was at my homestead, sleeping with my husband, brackets deceased, in one and the same house, which is a rondavel house. Paragraph 3. Whilst we were sleeping there, we were both awoken up by strange noise outside the homestead yard, as if somebody was shooting. Paragraph 4. My husband stood up and opened the door, and he went out so as to see as to what was happening. While the deceased was already gone out of the house, some gunshots were heard, but I did not know as to who was being shot. Paragraph 5. I stood up and tried to go out to see as to what was happening. But immediately, 3 males entered the house,
My house.
entered my house, pointing big firearms at me, and there was enough torch lights. There was enough torch lights us, the house, and such torch were being in possession of those males, and it is also where I noticed that it was 2 Indians and 1 black male. Those males identified themselves as policemen from Durban, but they were not wearing police uniform. They then ordered me to sit down, and I complied with their instructions. Those males or policemen demanded my cell phone as well as my husband. As well as of my husband. They also demanded my husband by car, and I gave them all those things.
Items.
All those items. My apologies, Counsel. Those policemen pulled me out of the house, and as I was outside, they then started assaulted me with open hands on my face and kicking me too in my buttocks. Paragraph 8. The policemen further demanded me to hand over to them my husband's firearm, but I denied. I denied the knowledge of any firearm. I further told them that the deceased do not have any firearm whatsoever. Paragraph 9. After that, they escorted me as far as to a certain police condo where they locked me inside it. It is where I noticed many police vehicles around my homestead. I could see a lot of policemen moving up and down at my homestead yard. At that stage, I had no knowledge as to what had happened to my husband, deceased. Paragraph 10. After some time, one of the Indian policemen, as well as 1 black policeman, came to me and ordered me to get up. Now, ordered me to get out of the condo. And they reported to me that they had already killed my husband. And they also told me that I should go and see him, brackets, the deceased. Paragraph 11. After having received such shocking message, I went to the scene, but I did not reach the scene as I became powerless. I do not know as to what happened to me as I found myself sitting in other house together with my family members. Later, I was informed by my mother-in-law that my husband was shot dead. I also
Looks like it's lent out.
Lend out that.
learned out that a young man, Kanyisani Buthelezi, was also reported shot dead. I did not see the both Kanyisani and my husband after being killed. I later, there's a word written and then it's cancelled, made to understand, or I later made to understand that all the deceased were taken away by the mortuary van. I do not know the reason of the brutally attacked. According to my knowledge, my husband had no firearm. I did not see the person who shot the both deceased. I know and understand the content of this declaration. I have no objection in taking the prescribed oath. I consider the prescribed oath binding on my conscience. It is signed by Makosazane Biela. It is commissioned by Inspector. I cannot make out the name. At 11:20 on the 24th of November 2008.
Yes.
You remember the reason why we came where we are now is when we were dealing with the scene at Melmo, where we see at 1A-143 those police officers with their hands raised up as if they were celebrating, and the lady on the extreme left sobbing seemingly in a distressed position. And you were trying to deal with that, and you said that you had been informed when you visited Melmoth by the witnesses as to what happened. They described this scene to you, and we were asking whether you had taken a statement clarifying that part that you had just explained to us.
Indeed, Chairperson.
And this statement does not go that far. It describes the killing. Or,
Yes.
Yes, but you have to take us back to that picture at page
I think the
1A.
yes, there's
143.
Similar. Oh yes, there's 359, which is basically the same. 1A359, which has the numbers, and then
The numbers on 1A-359 that we see 467. Are the
no, I'm not taking you away from what the chair asked you, but I'm just saying that there is that picture which depicts the same people we see at 1A143. Because if you look at the lady there, she's in a different position. She's still crying, but in a different position.
And the vehicle is also still there,
Yes.
the Nissan Navara, Nissan, the Nissan Bucky.
The only difference is that in respect of the photo at 1A143, The officers seem to be in a joyous mood. You see that?
I see
But
that,
in
Chairperson.
the other one, photo 8 of 1A359, they are sitting there. One or two extreme right are smiling. The middle one with a blue T-shirt, folded arms,
Yes.
is looking in front of himself there, and the lady is still sobbing. You
Indeed,
can see that
Chairperson.
she is crying.
She is still crying, Chairperson.
Now, you were describing this 1A143, and that's where the issue of the statement arose. As you went to Melmoth, you said that witnesses spoke to you about the scene and you took statements. Maybe at the later stage, Advocate Nkabinde,
Yes.
the witness will be in a position to find that statement so that we can make some progress.
Yes, Madam Chair. I think the statement, the witness had said there's a statement where a witness described to them how the killing happened. So I think that's the statement we've just read. But we've made note of the statement, particularly pertaining to this picture. Mr. Mayema, you'll recall the question that came from Advocate Baloymere, which is, it's bizarre that policemen are celebrating while there is a lady who's distraught next to them. Do you know why? And that's how we started here, that actually when you went there, witnesses told you that this is what happened.
Chairperson, we also found it very bizarre that police officers would be in this mood, jovial, celebrating, whilst a family member of the deceased, in fact, the wife of one of the deceased persons, is seated there sobbing. It is a contrast of feelings. The one the men there who are, the two of whom are celebrating, one with folded arms, whilst a wife of the deceased person is sobbing and crying the loss of her husband.
All right, thank you. I think we've got direction from the chair about how to deal with this part. I want to move on to 1A144, which is not the Sunday Times, but the Sunday Independent.
Which is just on the next page.
Which is the following page, yes. That seems to be the following year where the members of the Kato Mano are taken to court on these charges. But can you describe that picture and who is there and what are they doing?
That picture shows very strangely the former police commissioner Bheki Cele, who was at court during the bail application, openly in support of the members of the SVC at Kato Mano.
Why do you say that Bheki Cele was openly in support of the, was it the shooters, the killers, the alleged killers?
Well, I'm saying it on the basis of the what was told to us when we were there. On the day of the bail application itself,
I think you have to tell us which court, because I see they are referring to court on 71 charges. Is it when the Kato Mano officers were charged? Or
that is their first appearance during the bail application at. I did not go to court to the court.
I'm asking Dr. Mayema, is it when those Kato Mano officers were charged and they went to court?
That is correct, Chairperson.
and presumably applied for bail.
Yes, they applied for bail when my colleague, Advocate Matenjo, opposed the bail application, which is a decision that we made as a prosecution team.
Yes. All right, thank you. I wanted to just clarify your answer when you said there is former Minister Bheki Cele openly in support of the killers. Just to contextualize that.
Chairperson, it has been widely reported that the former police commissioner, General Bheki Cele, went to this bail application in support of his main.
May I just ask, when you say it's widely reported that this was the case, where do we get the report from?
It was reported in the media after the bail application. He himself openly said he was there to support his main. He himself, former Police Commissioner Bheki Cele, said he was there too. It was reported soon after the court bail application.
Yes, through you, Chair. Can we get the clip? Do you have something to show that this was, his support was widely reported in the media?
Chairperson, I was in court on the day in question, and I followed the media. There was a media report on the day that General Bheki Cele was there. He was interviewed by the media, and he indicated himself that he was there to support his main.
I thought you earlier said that as regards this picture 1A-144, you were not in court.
I was not in court myself, but I followed the media reports as I was in the Northwest.
Oh, you're in a different court?
Yes, as I was.
Okay.
Chairperson, I could have attended the bail application if I was available.
No, let's not get there.
Yes.
Please, we're not blaming you for attending or not attending. You're just following your evidence.
Yes.
We are talking about this picture, and my sister, Mera Makhacha, is saying, is asking you, where do we find this information that former Minister Cele made the utterances just that you've referred to now?
Yes.
Or rather that he supported
Yes.
the Kato Mano team.
Mr. Maima, if you go to 1A-145.
1A,
145, yes.
1.5.
145,
Oh,
which is the
145.
same article, yes.
The next page.
Yes, yes.
I'm there, Council.
Now, if you see the let me count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 paragraph from the bottom. After the line, the saga has been widely politicized.
I am the
Now,
Chairperson.
after that, it starts with Police Minister Nathi Mthethwa. Can you read that?
Police Minister Nathi Mthethwa and the new Police Commissioner Ria Piecha appear to have squared up against ex-Commissioner Bheki Cele after he expressed support for members of the disbanded Kato Mano unit by showing up in court.
Yes. And then it continues. There's also another mention there of Minister Cele, or of Commissioner Cele.
Continue reading from where I read or maybe I should just continue it as it follows.
Yes.
Although publicly distancing themselves from the arrest of the Kato Mano 18, Mthethwa and Pierre flew to Durban this week to stamp their authority. A police department source said they came to Durban to show who is boss. Cele's move is believed to have caused consternation within the ANC, which earlier this week issued a statement commending the arrest of the Kato Mano 18.
Yes. Thank you.
And maybe, Chairperson, just to say, at the time, it was only 18 officials that were arrested. Initially, the arrest happened in two phases. The police first arrested the 18. Chairperson, when I'm saying we arrested, I have no powers to arrest. I'm a prosecutor with prosecuting authority. But the police arrested on the 20th of June, first 18 SVC members, and
I'm
the
not
rest.
sure where you are. I think you must wait for Advocate Ngaitobi to lead you, Tete Maema, because you are now moving from where we were. I know you know this case very well, but you've just been on a particular paragraph, and we were trying to verify a few things, and the issue relating to the context, excuse me, in relation to that picture that we looked at
1A359.
1A, no, wait a minute, let me finish. At
My apologies.
1A-144. It is that picture showing
yes.
former minister at court. And this is why we came to where we are now, where council is taking us to 1A-145 with that extract.
Yes.
Confirming that former Minister Cele supported the Kato Mano team.
Indeed, Chairperson.
Yes.
So
no.
I'm saying wait for council to lead you. Otherwise, you're going to confuse our line of understanding this evidence.
My apologies, Chairperson.
Don't run ahead of him, please.
Yes.
I know you are a prosecutor, but you have counsel in front of you.
Thank you, Chairperson. It is the 18 that drew me. I will restrain
No,
myself.
don't explain yourself, Mr. Mayor. It's
Just
okay.
please
Once you've
restrain
apologized,
yourself.
it's
Yeah.
okay. Yeah.
Thank you, Council.
If we go to 1A-146 on the same theme. (146), yes, it's just the following page. Once we are on the theme of Minister Cele publicly supporting. That is what Madam Ramachakha had asked. That's what we are trying to answer. Yes. Now, if you go to that page, count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 paragraph from the top. What does that say?
It starts with Cele defended his decision to support the beleaguered corps this week, saying he was doing so as an ordinary member of the public.
Yes. All right. We've gone to 3 paragraphs where it's stated that Mr. Former Commissioner Cele publicly supported the decision. Is that correct?
That is correct,
Yes.
Chairperson.
No. So will that...
So I missed that. 1A-146.
Yes,
where you-
1A-146.
Yes.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's the 8th paragraph from the top. It starts with Cele defended his decision.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Thank you. So is that the sort of publicity to the support you were referring to?
Indeed, Chairperson, that is the support that I am referring to.
All right. Thank you. Could we move then from this part of the public show of support by Minister Cele and go back to your statement? We've covered both the Sunday Times and the Sunday Independent publications. And in your statement, we are at paragraph 48, which is 1/13. You've got that?
There,
Yes,
Chairperson.
we can skip paragraph 48. It's not adding any new fact into the following page, which is 49.
Which is paragraph 49.
Paragraph 49. Now, that's now telling us formally how you got involved into the case.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Just take us through that.
Chairperson, following this publications in the Sunday Times that we just referred to, on the 8th of March 2012, a representative of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, IPAD, met with senior officials of the NPA and reported that they, together with the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, the DPCI, were investigating numerous cases involving the death caused by police officers attached to the Kato Mano unit. Now, when we refer to senior officials of the NPA, we are referring to acting NDPP Advocate Jiba, who was with Advocate Musing, the head of special products in her office. They are the ones that had a meeting on the 8th of March 2012 with representatives of the DPCI as well as those of the IPAD, the Independent Police Investigative Directorate. In that meeting, they indicated that more than 50 dockets were under investigation and that in a number of those matters, the investigations had reached an advanced stage and required prosecutorial direction. Chairperson, you're talking about prosecutorial direction, you're talking about prosecutor-guided investigation was what was required. It was explained that the matter was being treated as urgent at a national level and that a coordinated prosecutorial response, PGI, that I referred to, prosecutor-guided investigation, was required. This is explained in the affidavit of Advocate Anthony Musing, the then head of special products in the office of the National Director of Public Prosecutions. I understand that his affidavit is before the inquiry in the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into allegations of state capture in the public sector, including organs of state, the State Capture Commission, which was chaired by
well, I think all of us know who chaired the Zondo Commission.
Yes.
But you attended that meeting of the 8th of March 2012, correct?
Chairperson, I was not at the meeting of the 8th of March.
Yes.
I attended the next meeting on the 9th of March.
9th of March, sorry.
Yes.
You were told about the meeting on the 8th.
Indeed, Chairperson.
And then you were invited on the 9th.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Now, we've already covered paragraph 50, 51, and 52. Those were the documents from Jackie Lepinka as well as Advocate Jiba.
Indeed, Chairperson.
Yes. And then we also covered paragraph 53, which was the email from Advocate Smith SC.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. So I would like to go straight to 56, which is why was it necessary that the prosecution team comprises of prosecutors from outside KwaZulu-Natal? Can you explain that?
Chairperson, can I take it from paragraph 55 at the bottom of page 15?
As you please.
Or 1-15? As explained to me by my former DPP, Advocate Johan Smith, SC, and Major General Mabula, who at the time was the provincial head of DPCI in the Northwest, and a member of the a lead member of the investigating team appointed by the DPCI in January 2012 to investigate the Kato Mano unit. The decision to constitute a prosecution team drawn from provinces outside KwaZulu-Natal was taken following concerns that were raised by the then acting DPP KZN Advocate Simpiwe Mlojwa. These concerns were raised in a discussion that Advocate Simpiwe Mlojwa had with Major General Mabula at the police headquarters in KZN.
Yes, thank you very much.
And you were informed about that discussion by...
General Mabula, who's the head of the DPCI team, then informed me about this discussion.
Yes. Thank you. And then I want to move, you've already touched upon this, but just to confirm whether paragraph 57.1 up to 57.6 accurately reflect the members of the prosecution team.
Chairperson, it does. It has a list of prosecutors who were members of the prosecution team.
Yes.
I am at paragraph 57.1. Myself as a Deputy Director of Prosecutions in the Northwest Division. Advocate Matenjwa, the same capacity, but as a Deputy Director in the South Gauteng Division, Advocate Chauke's office, who was the core team leader. And now the balance of the team, Advocate Mahlubin Tlakaza, Advocate Jabum Mlojwa, Advocate Pumeza Fuchani, as well as Advocate Patience Muleko, were senior state advocates, all in the office of the DPP South Gauteng, the office of Advocate Chauke.
Just tell me, I understood somewhere in the evidence that there was an advocate Mlojwa from the Free State who was part of the prosecution team.
Advocate Jabum Mlojwa, who's mentioned in 5.7, was a senior state advocate in Advocate Chauke's office, the DPP office South Gauteng.
Pardon, where is 5.7?
57.4.
Yeah, 57.4.
My apologies.
I beg your pardon?
57.4 on
Yes.
page 16. Advocate J.J. Mlojwa, who's referred there as a senior state advocate based at South Gauteng Division, applied for a deputy post in Free State and got the deputy post. But at the time when he started with us in the team on the 9th of March, he was still a senior state advocate in the DPP office in South Gauteng. What I'm saying is that he later got a post of a deputy in the DPP office in the Free State.
And then he continued in the team.
He continued in the team, yes. Just like I had continued in the team from the Northwest.
All right. Madam Chair, I'm going to say to the witness again to keep the answer to the question. I know you've done that job, and I don't want to do it on your behalf.
Yes,
but can I ask for
Advocate
permission
Mayema.
to just remind the witness to answer the question I've asked?
Please, Advocate Mayema, I'm sure you do the same thing when you lead witnesses as a senior prosecutor. Don't be ahead of anyone.
I apologize,
You are a
Chairperson.
witness, and you have a team in front of you who called you to testify. It will also help us so that we are not all over the show. Because you only got your papers this morning, and we paging through and you've been referred to bundles and you explain from one bundle to another. So just let counsel to lead you, please.
I apologize.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So just
Profusely.
yeah. Thank you. Just to go back then to the list at 57.1 to 57.2. So as I understand, one person came from the Northwest, being yourself. The rest came from the South Gauteng division. Mr. Mlochwa was initially in South Gauteng, went to the Free State, but continued in the team as a Free Stater now, no longer as a South Gautenger.
That is correct, Chairperson.
All right, thank you very much. Now, paragraph 58 reaffirms what we looked at paragraph 56 around the justification for getting outsiders to be involved. Can you just expand on that?
Paragraph 68 refers to
5.8.
5.8, yes, 58. All members of the prosecution team being experienced prosecutors drawn from outside KwaZulu-Natal to ensure independence, objectivity, and public confidence in the investigation and any ensuing prosecution.
Yes. I mean, I think the reason I'm asking this question is just to get the context of the bringing of outsiders into a province, because this is exclusively made by people from outside, and the explanation you give here is independence and objectivity and public confidence. And why would that be the case or not be the case in the context of KZN prosecutors?
I follow, Chairperson.
Yes.
What happened, Chairperson, was the discussion that General Mabula had with the then acting DPP of KZN, Advocate Simpiwe Mlochwa. It was on the basis of staff in the office of the DPP KZN having worked closely with members of Kato Mano in other matters that a view was held that perhaps an independent mind should bear on those matters, and prosecutors from outside KZN should be asked to come in and consider these dockets.
Well, you say that at paragraph 56. I think you read it in at paragraph 56 of your affidavit.
Yes.
So that may be read in conjunction with paragraph 58.
Thank you, Chairperson.
I'm asking you.
Yes, that's the close working relationship that I refer to safeguard the integrity of the investigation and the independence thereof. In any subsequent steps that would follow, whether a prosecution or a nollie, it was considered very prudent that a team from outside the province should come in to bear on the or to apply their minds to issues arising from those incidents, from those dockets.
Now, there have previously been in this inquiry reference to the prosecutions of the police arising from the Marikana incident in the Northwest. It was referenced by Advocate Noko. How was that handled in relation to this need for objectivity?
The Marikana prosecution as well, Chairperson, was dealt with by prosecutors outside the Northwest.
Yes.
It was, there was a team that was put together that also considered the dockets in the incidents relating to the Marikana incident.
Yes. Thank you very much. All right. So now we are at paragraph 59, where a meeting on the 9th of March 2012 is held, which you attended. Correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Where was this meeting?
This meeting was held at the VGM head office in the boardroom of the NDPP.
Who attended the meeting?
I attended the meeting.
Yes.
Advocate Chauke was present. The acting NDPP, Advocate Nomkobo Jiba, was present. General Mabula was present, who was the head of the DPCI at the time, or the DPCI team, as well as Mr. Glenn Engas, who was the head of the iPad team.
Yes. What was discussed in that meeting?
At this meeting, we were informed about this incident involving police and the killings in KZN. On the 8th of March, some dockets were handed to Advocate Musing, the head of a... Oh, Advocate Musing was also present. Dockets that were handed to him the previous day, that he read overnight, were then handed to us as a prosecution team who would now take charge of analyzing those dockets and ensuring that there is a prosecutor-guided investigation.
Earlier you referred to 50 dockets that were initially the subject of this investigation. That is at paragraph 49, where you say that the DPCI indicated that more than 50 dockets were under investigation. Correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. And then when you met on the 9th, how many dockets? 9th of March 2012, how many dockets were you dealing with?
Advocate Musing gave us a few, 6 to 8 dockets.
What, per person or just a sample?
No, he gave us individually, there were 6 dockets that were handed to him the previous day.
I see.
That were then handed over to us to consider, together with the rest of the dockets that we would look at later in KZN.
Now, what I'm asking is...
I beg your pardon. The question is how many dockets were handed in, and it says 6 dockets together with other dockets.
I said 6 to 8 dockets
6 to 8 dockets
were handed to us by the Advocate Musing.
together with?
Now, what we did was
No, you said together with other dockets. You just clarify that point because it's making it difficult to follow. Council asked you how many dockets were you handed to you. Just tell us how many dockets.
6 to 8 dockets were handed to us.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, well, yes. So in the meeting itself, how many dockets were there?
In the meeting, reference was made to dockets, and when the meeting concluded, Advocate Musing handed to me those 6 to 8 dockets.
Oh, so, okay, I see what you mean. So
Yes.
Advocate Musing gave you about 6 to 8 dockets?
Yes.
Okay. To do what with them?
To consider them and apply prosecutor-guided investigations.
And these were dockets from Kato Mano?
These were dockets from incidents arising from Kato Mano.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Advocate Enquiry, don't leave us behind. Always keep in mind that we haven't read.
Yes.
We haven't had a chance. Is it 68 dockets or 6 to 8 dockets?
Well, I think explain that because I could also be confused.
Chairperson, 6 to 8 dockets were handed to us by Advocate Musing on the 9th of March after the meeting.
And that answer came after Advocate Enquiry started his question by saying at paragraph
49.
49 you referred to 50 dockets.
More than 50 dockets.
More than 50 dockets. And now you say you were handed up 6 to 8 dockets. What happened to the other 42 or the 6 to 8 dockets were different dockets from the 50 that you were told about emanating from the meeting of the 8th?
The 6 to 8 dockets were the ones that were handed to Advocate Musing on the previous day. So what then happened was they then were handed over to me to consider. Now we consider those together with other dockets that we then considered when we traveled to KZN later.
Perhaps the answer lies at paragraph 49 in the middle, where if you can look at counsel, that sentence, I think the second sentence, they indicated that more than 50 dockets were under investigation, and that in a number of those matters, the investigations had reached an advanced stage and required urgent prosecutorial directive. Could it be that they then took out 6 to 8 dockets that they believed required urgent prosecutorial directives and handed them to you at the meeting of the 9th of March? Could that be the reason?
No, that is not the reason, Chairperson. What I'm saying is the 6 to 8 dockets that were handed to Advocate Musing the previous day was part of the dockets that we had, part of the more than 50 dockets that we had to consider and apply PGI. So 6 to 8 were handed to us after that meeting. And when we then proceeded...
Wait a minute.
My apologies.
Trying to deal with this point at paragraph 59, where reference is made to 50 dockets, and at paragraph 58, as we deal with paragraph 58, is that, or rather, the last question, 59, Council was asking you about those dockets, and he said how many dockets were handed to you at the meeting of the 9th, and he said 6 to 8 dockets, correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
And my sister is now taking you back to paragraph 49 and said at paragraph 49 you spoke of 50 dockets, more than 50 dockets that were under investigation.
That is correct, Chairperson.
And I'm trying to say to you, perhaps the reason, and correct me if I'm wrong, perhaps the reason why you were only given 6 to 8 dockets at the meeting of the 9th of March and not more than 50 dockets is because those 6 to 8 dockets could have been investigated and had reached an advanced stage that required you to make an urgent prosecutorial directives, as is written at paragraph 49.
Chairperson, my response is 6 to 8 dockets were given to us on that day. We looked, those dockets, they were given to us, we took them, and we are going to read them. But there were more than 50 dockets that we considered, which means the 6 to 8 that was given to Advocate Musing were not ripe yet. We identified investigations to be done in those dockets. And as we proceeded to KZN, we read more other dockets in addition to the 6 to 8 that was given to us.
Could I
Maybe
ask?
let me just, yeah. I also want to see whether this can be clarified for my own understanding. When one looks at paragraph 49, it makes reference to an indication that there were about more than 50 dockets. So it's not the physical dockets being present, it would appear at the meeting. But as they hold a meeting, and as you were informed by Ndate Mabula, is it this meeting that you did not attend? Yes. Then you...
The meeting of the 9th I did attend.
Okay. Yes. There's an indication, like in any other meeting where I can say we have about 100 dockets. And then at the next meeting, when the dockets get dished up, they bring a few of those dockets, which could be the 6 to 8 or the 7 to 6 or whatever. But that does not imply that the other dockets were left out. But at the time when they held a meeting previously, they mentioned that there is about more than 50 dockets that are in existence. Is that the correct understanding? If not, please just modify it.
That is a correct understanding, Co-Chairperson. What I'm saying is, on that day, at the conclusion of the meeting...
No, it's enough to say it's a correct understanding.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Could I ask you to move to paragraph 64? That seems to be the first time when all of this 50 is then handed over to you.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Just explain that. You said that in relation to the 6 or 8, you took the view that they were not ripe for prosecution.
Indeed, Chairperson.
Okay. And then you move from the 9th. It's not clear from the statement when exactly you went to KwaZulu-Natal, but you say you attended the first meeting in Durban. Do you have a date?
The first meeting when we went to Durban was the 27th, the week of the 27th to the 1st of June 2012.
Yes, all right. Well, then you'll have to explain.
No, the 27th of May to the 1st of June 2012, yes.
No, that's fine. You'll have to explain the gap between the 9th of March and the 27th of May, because then you were given these dockets, you studied them, they are not ripe, and then what happened during the April period before you jump into May?
What happens is, remember I had certain matters to round off in the Northwest.
Yes.
So I joined the team on the 27th of May to the 1st of June. But the team went to Durban prior to the 27th of May. In my absence, they went to, under the leadership of Advocate Matenjo.
Yes. Yes.
Because what happened, Chairperson, after the 9th of March, I don't want to run ahead of myself. We had a meeting on the 12th of March as a prosecution team.
Yes.
And then we formulated a strategy. I indicated my unavailability, and Advocate Matenjo would then take charge, and they proceeded to go to Durban, whilst I was rounding off the matters that I had pending in the Northwest.
Yes. Yes,
So
no.
I only joined them on the 27th of May, after they had already commenced perusing some of the dockets and guiding the investigation.
No, that's fine. That's the gap I was asking you to fill, but thank you.
Yes.
So paragraph 64 refers to your attendance in KZN on the 27th of May 2012.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. So what happened there is that you were now presented with the 50 plus dockets. And then what did you do with those dockets?
Chairperson, what happened then is we would then peruse the dockets, the more than 50 dockets that were presented, peruse the docket, guide them, and guide the investigation towards getting them ripe for decisions to be made. We would review the contents of the docket, and having looked at the dockets over a period of time, the more than 50, we then identified 23 dockets, 23 major dockets involving 28 deceased persons, in which killings by Kato Mano unit appeared to have been unjustified.
Can you just explain in relation to the other dockets that were given to you? What was the basis for giving those dockets to you, and what was the basis for you saying this should not be proceeded with?
Chairperson, what we did was we did a, what do you call it, sifting. We looked at those dockets. There are cases that are referred to as dead cases, where there is somebody that passed on, but it is difficult to ascertain what happened, who can be ascribed to have caused the death of the deceased. But on the 23 dockets, it was dockets that we felt we are able to make headway as to who may be held responsible for the deceased death. So from the more than 50, we worked on the 23 and said, these are the 23 in respect of which we are of the view that there is a prima facie case for a decision to prosecute to be made.
Yes, thank you. So you're saying for the, let's say, 27 that you discarded or whittled down, there were dead people there killed at the instance of the police.
That is correct, Chairperson.
But you did not think there was enough evidence to identify the killers and to charge them with offenses.
Exactly, Chairperson.
Yes. Okay. And so the 23 was really after a thorough process of whittling down the wheat from the chaff.
That is correct, Chairperson. We did the guiding of the investigation. Yes, I don't want to give a long answer. Yes, the 23 are the ones we of the view that there is merit, a prima facie case can be made out that points to who would be responsible for the deceased death.
Yes. Can you just explain the process through which you came to these conclusions? The reason I ask is because in this case you've already seen the Cook report.
Yes.
In this case, Advocate Chauke, you've also seen the terms of reference.
Yes.
Advocate Chauke is being told that you supported wrongfully the prosecution in 23 of these dockets when there was no evidence.
Might I interpose here before you get to the terms of reference?
Yes.
We're going to take a few minutes adjournment.
Yes.
Advocate Gauteng.
Yes.
We need to stretch our legs.
Yes, please. Thank you.
May we adjourn for just about 10-15 minutes and reconvene at 4:30.
Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate Maema. You are still under oath. You may proceed, Advocate Goitobi.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You were starting on the terms of reference.
Yes. I wanted to ask you the reference you made earlier on the terms of reference. That can I ask you to do the following? Just a big favor. You've got the counter book on your right. That notebook on your right. Yeah, just close it. Yeah, and then you've got your own charge sheet on your left. Close that as well. Then what I would like you to have in front of you is just your statement. That would be very, very helpful, so that we are all looking at the same thing at the same time.
I'll do the same.
Thank you.
So we should only have bundle 1.
Yes, which comprises of 3 files. Yes. Now, I was asking you about the Kato Mano charge, which is prosecution with no evidence. To ask you whether that exercise of determining whether there is evidence or there is no evidence to justify a prosecution had already been undertaken or not by your team.
Chairperson, we engaged in that exercise. And what we did was, after the planning meeting, we felt it appropriate that we should take a week at a time to go to KZN, to look at the dockets, to evaluate the evidence that is in the dockets, and where possible guide the investigation. That happened over a period of time.
Yes. In these weeks that you went there, who was present in the meetings? So let's start with the first one. You mentioned the 27th of May, 2012, correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
And how long did that last?
What we decided to do at the planning meeting was, let's go there week per week, the entire week, Monday to Friday.
Okay.
The plan was we leave on Sunday afternoon, Monday morning, 8 o'clock, 8:30, we start perusing the dockets, guiding the docket, writing the queries in the dockets.
Yes.
Assessing the contents of the dockets,
Yes.
and guiding the police to do the investigations in those dockets.
Yes, all right. So how long did the meeting of the 28th, that would have been, so the 27th would have been a Monday, presumably?
Yes.
And it would be that week?
When we started that week, we were there the entire week. Then what we do in the morning, come together, sit around the table.
Please just answer the question, Dr. Maema.
Yes.
Don't go ahead of counsel.
Yes.
And so the idea would be that week, that 5 days?
That is correct.
Yes.
Chairperson.
Now, you would then postpone for another week, for another 2 weeks?
Then we would come another week. We would come on a week by week basis, assess the progress that has been done in the investigation. If we are satisfied, then we put that docket aside. Those in respect of which you are not satisfied, we continue guidance. Say we require this. Look at this. We guide the investigation. Yes. Prosecutor guided investigation.
I understand. No, I'm still just working on the time now. I will come back to the substance of what you did.
Okay.
So the first one is 27th May until presumably the end of that week.
Yes.
And then you skip a week.
We would. I have made the notes of.
All right.
I've made a note, and those notes were compiled on the basis of the trip authorities, because what you do as a prosecutor, when you travel, you ask for a trip authority.
Yes, that's fine. You can tell us exactly. If you want to refer to your notes, refer to your notes. But
Yes.
I need to get the weeks you were there doing this job.
I have noted those weeks from my trip authorities.
That's fine.
Which are in this book that I have closed.
Please, no, that's fine. You can open it now. But the only point is this, is simply that we must move together, me and you. So if your notes are in the book, that's fine. You may open it and tell us your notes.
They are in the book.
Yes, that's
Counsel.
fine.
Can I give you the weeks?
Yes, so the first week is 27th of May until when?
27th of May until the 1st of June 2012.
Yes, that's the first week you were there.
Yes.
Yes. And then what happened? Did you skip a week after?
We didn't skip a week. We went the next week.
Or the following week?
Yes, the
All
4th to the 8th of June.
All right.
No, let me see. 4th to 8th of June. Did we checking the scene? Oh, yes. No, we skipped this week. The 4th to the 8th of June was what happened week 27 May to 1 June. Some of the advocates to whom dockets were allocated drafted single.
Emma, please don't give us the details. Just give us the dates.
Yes.
Well, the
It was
27th.
the 27th of May to the 1st of June.
Yes.
The next meeting, when was it?
The next meeting was the 12th to the 15th of June.
12th to the 15th.
The 4th to the 8th of June was the meeting in South Gauteng itself.
I see.
Yes.
But it was still about Kato Mano.
It was still about Kato.
All right, okay. So let me just get this right. 27th May to the 1st of June, you are sitting in KZN.
Yes.
4th of June to the 8th of June, you are sitting in South Gauteng.
That is correct.
Yes. 12th of June to the 15th of June, you are back in KZN.
We're back in KZN.
Yes.
As well as the 17th of June to the 6th of July.
To the 6th of July. Yes. Now, when was the decision taken that the Kato Mano accused ought to be arraigned?
By the end of June, we had already decided that by the 29th of June.
29th of June.
Yes.
Can you recall the arrest? The date we have here is the date for the bail. That's only because we got it from the newspapers.
Is that the 21st of June 2012?
I'll check for you now. This is it's the 24th. The newspaper report is the 24th of June 2012.
The arrest was effected on the 20th of June. The initial were arrested on the 20th of June, and there was a second batch of arrest a week thereafter.
Yes. All right.
But by the end of June, we had decided that there are dockets in respect of which there is sufficient evidence to
Yes.
prosecute.
So the decision.
That is the 29th of June,
That is correct.
when you arraign them.
29th of June 2012, we had decided.
To arraign them.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So by the time, because that's what I was looking at, by the time you made the final call that they should be arraigned, it was after 3 weeks of intense work.
That is
Because
correct, Chairperson.
It's 27th May to the 1st of June, 4th of June to the 8th of June, 12th of June to the 15th of June.
That is correct.
Yes, thank you. Now, we can then go to the substance of what was discussed in these meetings. Firstly, I want to know who attended the meetings.
It would be the prosecution team,
Yes.
which comprised of myself, Advocate Matenjwa, there is a list on a paragraph.
We have the list of your prosecution team.
Yes.
Yes.
The entire team was there.
Yes.
On the
At 57.1 to 57.6.
that is correct, Chairperson.
All right. So in these meetings over 3 weeks, everyone who is there was present.
That is correct. It's the prosecution team,
Yes.
and then is the DPCI team, headed by General Mabula and Brigadier Mukwena, and then it was the IPAD team, headed by Mr. Engas.
I see. Now, what about the two experts? Captain Mangena, I think he's now a colonel, as well as Mr. Vikas Stale.
Captain Mangena and Mr. Stale were witnesses that we consulted.
Yes. In the course of that 3 weeks.
In the course of not only the 3 weeks, Captain Mangena was with us most of the time. Mr. Stale would come from time to time.
Yes, no, I understand, but I'm saying before the decision was taken to arraign the accused, you had taken also expert advice.
That is correct, Chairperson.
From Captain Mangena.
That is correct.
Yes. Did you take expert advice from Mr. Vikas Stale?
We took advice from Mr. Stale too.
Yes. And then how was that procured? Did he consult with you, or what happened?
He came to consult with us.
Yes. In those meetings?
In those meetings, yes.
And how was the expert advice of Captain Mangena procured?
How it was procured. It was Colonel Mangena visited the scenes after the scenes.
Yes.
Post facto.
Yes.
He then looked at the post-mortems,
Yes.
looked at the damaged vehicles, looked at the scene, and did a reconstruction of the scene, which means he would then look at the scene and say, the deceased was in this position when he was fired at. Looking at the tract of the bullet wounds in the post-mortem, and looking at the damages in various parts of the car, whether it is the driver's side, whether it is the rear window, whether it is the headrest of the car.
Yes. Now,
In the report of Captain Mangena that was referred to us earlier, it seems he referred to himself as a captain, not colonel.
At the time that we did the analysis, he was Captain Mangena.
After his report.
Yes, at the time of compilation of the report, he was Captain Mangena. But then during the duration of the investigation, he was appointed Colonel Mangena. So out of respect, I refer to him at. I looked at the latest, the last rank that he. But at the time that he did it, he was Captain Mangena. Yes.
all right. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. I just want to understand how exactly they did it. So I understand the method he used, right, which is reconstruction of the crime scenes by visiting the scenes and inspecting the available physical and non-physical evidence. But in relation to communicating it to yourselves so that you could be satisfied or not satisfied, how did that happen?
Reports were compiled, ballistic scene reconstruction reports were compiled.
Yes.
That were attached to all the dockets. And he would sit with the prosecution team in the presence of the IPAD and the DPCI team, and he would brief us. We would go to that docket, look at the photos of the scene, look at the post-mortem reports, and then he would work it out and show us he had a laptop
Yes.
that was showing the tracks and showing us how he comes to the findings that he came to.
But you say he was there throughout the 3 weeks?
Yes.
Yes, all right. Good. And then did he do an analysis of each of these 23 dockets that were opened?
He did the analysis of each of the
Yes.
incidents. In addition to the analysis that was done by Mr. Stale.
Yes.
And in conjunction with the postmortems that were compiled by Dr.
Well,
I will get to the name.
no,
by the
well, there are
districts.
two doctors here. There is Dr. Perumal
Yes.
and Dr. Naidu. And
Yes.
both of them seem to give reports regularly.
Yes. Both of them dealt with different dockets. But you are correct, Dr. Perumal and Dr. Naidu.
Yes. And did they present to you, or did you just rely on their findings?
They were very busy. We wanted to consult with them, but we never got to consult with them.
Yes.
We relied on the postmortems as we were finished to us, as well as Mangena's ballistic reconstruction.
Yes. Now, just to go then to Mr. Vika Stale, who was the second expert. So we've worked out the procurement of the evidence and the method of presentation to yourselves. What we know about Mr. Stale from facts that are now common cause is that he went to these scenes shortly after the incidents, unlike Mr. Mangena, who went 3 or 4 years after the event. But in relation, for instance, to the Magojela scene, he was there 4 days after the incident.
That is correct,
Yes.
Chairperson.
And similarly, to the Butelezi, he was there almost immediately.
That is correct, Chair.
Could you just explain what methods he used to gather the evidence and versus how he presented it to you?
Chairperson, he didn't make a physical presentation. As I say, we never got to meet Mr. Stale.
Yes.
We got to meet Colonel Mangena, but he went to the various scenes, compiled reports in the course of his duty, and filed those reports in the dockets.
Yes.
And as we perused the dockets, his reports would be in the dockets, in most of those dockets.
Could you just explain that? Because what I've certainly seen in the dockets is that there are instances where he gives what is called a provisional report, okay, which is immediately after the event. And then there are later scenes when he then confirms that report, which seems to be aligning with the time when you were doing your investigation.
That is correct. What happens, Chairperson, is on the day that he's at the scene, he does his observations and analysis, and then he would then go and do a scientific analysis that they do, and then compile, as you say, preliminary report and then a final report.
Yes. When you say you didn't consult with him, what was the plan? I mean, I know that Mr. Mangena or Captain Mangena was meant to be a witness, an expert witness. What was the plan with Mr. Stale if you didn't actually speak to him?
The plan was to consult with him and ultimately to lead him, because the collection of the information at the scene was very crucial.
Yes.
So if he was available, we wanted to consult him.
Yes.
But we never got to consult him.
Yes. All right. And then his reports, how did they make their way to the docket?
Well, as he goes to the scenes, he will do the analysis and then file them in the docket and reflect them in the C portion of the docket.
But
File
there
them
must
in
have
the
been
A
someone responsible for the collation of that information. It wouldn't. I mean, he wouldn't have just voluntarily gone to the scenes and then brought reports to the C part of the docket. Someone in the investigation team must have been working with him And that's what I'm trying to understand.
Members of the IPAD,
Yes.
I think it's Williams. I cannot. It's a
Well, the Williams
female.
we've seen is Shamila Williams.
Yes, she was the IPAD official who was initially tasked with the investigation of these cases.
But when you say members of IP, what did she actually do that will answer my question about how these reports ended up in the C part of the docket?
Say again, Counsel.
I'm saying you mentioned Ms. Shamila Williams, but you didn't complete the sentence about what did she do that would answer the question I asked about how did the reports from Mr. Vickerstale end up in the C part of the docket.
What she would do is she would then, once there is a shooting incident, IPAD would then be informed, and then they would IPAD would then come to the scene. But on arrival at the scene, Captain Eva would be in charge of the scene, and the scene would be cordoned off, and they would not be allowed to enter the scene until Captain Eva and Kato Mano had effectively doctored the scene by planting a firearm next to the deceased to create an impression that the deceased would have posed some danger to the police officers who would have fired shots at that very scene.
Yes. I understand. We'll come back to that, but I'm still trying to understand the reports of Vickerstale.
Okay.
We know how the reports of Captain Mangena got into your possession because he was part and parcel of your investigation team. But Vickerstale, as I understand, did not attend your consultation meetings.
That is correct.
But his reports are everywhere. So how did that happen?
He filed them in the dockets, in the respective dockets.
Yes, but there must have been someone who asked them to file them in the investigation dockets.
Shamila Williams, as the investigator, would do that.
Okay, that's fine. So they were procured by Ms. Shamila Williams,
That is correct.
who was an employee of IPID.
That is correct.
All right.
Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Now, there is another category of...
Sorry, I'm sorry to do this to you. I'm taking you a step back. The witness answered that once there is a shooting, the IPID got involved. And can he repeat and take it from there? Because what I heard was like the IPID would secure the scene until someone comes and fiddle with the scene and plant stuff. Can he?
Yes. Thank you, Advocate Balema. I think you've heard the question.
I've heard the question.
So, can you please deal with it?
Might I suggest that I think the witness that digressed and he started mentioning all those things, not actually answering your question. And I suggest that we stick to the questioning and not to the answers.
Yes. Thank you.
Because that answer came as a result of his digression.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Let's just go back then to what we were addressing, which is the reports of Mr. Stale came via Shamila Williams, who was an employee of IPID.
That is correct.
And that is how you formed the view that he would be a potential witness.
That is correct.
Yes. Now, there is another category of investigation and evidence, which is eyewitness accounts. Now, how did you work on that in those 3 weeks that you were in KwaZulu-Natal?
The eyewitness versions of the witnesses, the statements would be filed, would be in the dockets. We would peruse those dockets and then identify the witnesses that we wanted to consult.
Yes.
And then indicate to both General Mabula and Mr. Engas that we would want to consult a particular witness in a particular docket. And we would require that they procure that witness for us.
Did you, in fact, consult with any eyewitnesses?
Oh, yes, we did.
Yes.
We consulted a number of witnesses. I think they are mentioned somewhere.
Yes, now we will go through them when we do
Yes.
a docket by docket analysis, but I
Yes.
just want the methods of evidence gathering, because at the moment we are dealing with this scenario in which we are told there's no evidence, but I just want to check how you ensured that there was evidence. So you said you would go through the dockets, identify factual witnesses,
That is correct.
ask the police investigators to bring them to you.
That is
You would consult and take statements.
We will consult, counsel, not take statements. Statements would be taken by the police themselves.
Yes, but it will be in the same room.
Yes. What we would take is consultation notes,
Yes.
but their statements would be statements under oath would be in the respective dockets.
Yes. No, but what I'm asking is whether you personally were sitting in consultation rooms with factual witnesses.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes, yes, all right. Where the police were taking the statements of those witnesses.
Police would take the statements separately
Yes,
and file it in the docket.
yes.
And we would say, Tandega Sokulu, this witnesses we would want to consult with. Please bring them,
Yes.
and then the witness will be brought, and we would consult with that
Yes.
witness.
And then there's still another category of this evidence when you go through these dockets, which is the warning statements of the accused. How did that happen?
The warning statements of the accused or the shooters or shootists, depending on
Let's call them the suspects.
or the suspects, yes, would be filed in the dockets.
Yes.
Warning statements, we would find them filed in the dockets already.
I'm going to ask you some details about these statements by the suspects. The one thing that you pick up in the dockets is that most of them would generally, at the time of the incident, refuse to give a warning statement. But then they give warning statements later, like in 2012 or in 2013, when there is an investigation. Can you just explain how that process was handled?
What would happen is,
May I understand you referred to the statements of suspects?
Of the suspects, yes.
Is the suspects, we spoke about suspects in relation to the victims,
Yes.
the people who were suspected by the Kato Mano to have committed crimes, and then we spoke later of the accused persons.
Yes.
Shouldn't we make it clearer?
I apologize, Madam Chair. I see the problem. Yes, so in this category I'm dealing with now, Mr. Mayema, I am dealing with the Kato Mano accused who were at the time suspects. Okay. Now what I am saying is that when I have read this, you can correct me if I've got this completely wrong, but when I've read these dockets, I find many instances where these suspects do not give warning statements at the time of the incident. So if a shooting took place on the 23rd of September 2008, there is no warning statement dated 23rd of September during the investigation. But there are statements that come in during your investigation. So I wanted to understand, how did this happen? Whether or not you have any insights on that.
what would happen is that on the day of the shooting, the identified person the suspect who would allegedly have fired shots would not make a statement on that day.
Yes.
And then we'll make a statement on a later date subsequent to the day of the incident. But those statements then would be made, those warning statements would then be made and then filed in the dockets. So we would then find those warning statements in the dockets.
Yes. I mean, is it usual that, I suppose it's part and parcel of the presumption of innocence, that if a suspect is confronted by the police and they're asked, do you want to say anything, they're entitled to say no.
What happened in most of these incidents was when there is a shooting involving the police,
Yes.
A duty officer is, in terms of the standing orders, compelled to visit the scene. So the duty officer would visit the scene and ascertain what happened there and compile a report and identify the circumstances around the shooting. But instead of the suspects then making statements immediately on the day of the incident, then most of the Kato Mano SVC members would be asked to submit their statements later. So the statements, ordinarily what happens is you are, as a suspect, particularly when the duty officer finds you at the scene, in determining the circumstances around the shooting.
Advocate, ma'am, the question that you were asked is whether is it normal or usual for whoever intends taking a warning statement to inform the suspect of its rights to remain silent, that they have an election or not. That is the question asked.
Yes,
I
that was the
waited
question.
patiently for you to come to the asked question,
I
and you were answering an unasked question.
I
Please,
apologize.
Please just be attentive. I'm sure you came here with expectations that certain questions are going to be asked. But be patient, listen to the evidence leader. At the end, I am sure he will ask you as to whether is there anything that has been left out, and that will be your opportunity then to say what you'd like to say that has been omitted. Thank you.
Thank you.
So are you going to answer the question, please?
Yes, I think just to repeat the question, if you would like, which is it normal that a criminal suspect, when confronted by a police officer, would be reminded of their right to remain silent as part of the presumption of innocence, and they would say, no, I don't want to give a statement?
It is normal for a suspect to be informed of his rights, and for the suspect to make an election whether he makes a statement or he wishes to remain silent.
Yes. Can I just give you one assurance? I will.
Okay, you speak of it being normal. Is it not a constitutional prerogative of anyone
Yes.
who is confronted by the police to be warned
Yes.
of their rights?
Yes. Indeed.
So it's just not normal. It is an entrenched right, not so.
It is actually the law, is the right of a person who's informed that he's suspected of involvement to make an election, whether to make a statement or whether to remain silent or whether to get a lawyer before he makes a statement.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to give you one assurance. I will take you to the statements that were eventually made when they were made, and take you through to some features of those statements and ask for your comment on them. When we do a docket-by-docket analysis, I will use no more than 5 examples from those, and you can expand on the answers. Thank you very much.
I understand, Chair.
Advocate, if I may piggyback on your question and ask this general question, what is the normal procedure or process that is followed if a police officer discharges his or her firearm and a suspect ends up dead? What is the process that happens immediately when they say, get back to the station or whatever, is there, maybe I can expand and ask, is there a report that is submitted by the police officer, or is there a statement, or it's just an entry that I discharged my firearm, someone died, and that's it?
Chairperson, when a police officer discharges a firearm and somebody is killed, a duty officer is supposed to visit that scene in terms of the standing orders. Standing Order 251, yes, it has sections. But when there is a shooting, a duty officer must visit that scene. But then the officer that fired the shots on the very same day of the incident is asked to provide an account of the shooting, which account will accompany the report of the duty officer when the duty officer outlines the circumstances surrounding the shooting.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, just on your timeline then, the last date we have before the arraignment is the 21st of June, and they are arraigned on the 29th of June. Is that correct?
Arraigned means brought before court.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Now, any other attendances there subsequent to that? I want to make sure that we've closed the loop on your visit to KZN in preparation for the indictment.
As I indicated, I'm not sure if I follow your question.
I'm asking about these big meetings of prosecutors, investigating officers, IPID, and experts, where you are evaluating the evidence, whether it is correct that the last of those meetings is the 29th of June.
I indicated that the 29th of June was the date on which we decided that there is evidence to proceed. But what we did was we continued going to KZN subsequent weeks to follow up on the investigations that we had given the police to ensure that the investigations that we wanted done gets in fact done. Yes. And those statements that we had identified are outstanding get filed in the dockets.
Yes, I see. But I'm just talking now before the decision was made that these accused must go to court.
Yes.
So that would be correct. That would be the last date.
Yes, the 29th of June.
Yes, okay, good. Now, you were also mentioning about the collection of factual statements. Now, this inquiry has been exercised in the same way as the courts before Judge Govan exercised about unsworn statements, and particularly one unsworn statement that came from Mr. Ari Danikas. Do you remember that?
I do remember Mr. Ari Danikas.
Can you just explain to the panel how, as a person who was actually engaged in the subject, how that entire collection of that statement took place?
Okay. I received a call from General Mabula, who was in the company of Mr. Ari Danikas. They were in Greece.
And before you went there, you were not aware that he is likely to travel to Greece?
I was aware that General Mabula would go to Greece to meet Mr. Danikas in respect of the concerns that Mr. Danikas had.
Yes. Well, perhaps then start us earlier than that, and the statement to just say, well, he was identified on X date or during this period as a potential witness, and these were the steps taken to secure his witness testimony.
All right. What happened was his name came up during the weeks that we were in Durban, that there was this Greek national who had left the country. And
And can you recall right now how the name came up?
the name came up as a, what do you call this? A police reservist who was attached to Kato Mano, had left Durban or had left the country in fear of his own life. But he has information relating to the killings or relating to how some of the incidents unfolded, and he was prepared to provide a statement relating to the incidents that happened when he was present, when he was a reservist in the company of Kato Mano.
Who raised his name?
It was raised by by both the IPED and the DPCI team.
So General Mabula.
General Mabula in particular, yes.
Okay. And then on the IPIT side?
It wasn't Mr. Engas. I think it was Mr. Musiapua.
Okay.
Yes.
So when they raised it, was it because they had spoken to him before?
That is correct, Kansa.
All right. Okay. So then take us from the moment the name is raised. What happens?
Then, Chairperson, what happens? We continue with the rest of the other work with the investigation team. Whilst then General Mabula gets his authorization to travel overseas, and he goes to go and see Mr. Danikas around before the 29th of June. Now, what happens was, I then receive a call from General Mabula who says, I am with Mr. Danikas. He is prepared to testify. He wants to make a statement. Can I go to the South African embassy and have his statement taken and commissioned? South African embassy would be like South Africa. It's our land in another land.
Yes.
So I said, no, General, we do not work that way. If I intend using that witness in a subsequent trial, that evidence, that witness statement must be obtained in terms of the Mutual Legal Assistance Act. So obtain a draft so that we can at least have an idea of what he is talking about. And because he had gone there for 2 days, come with that statement. We will look at that statement in the light of the incidents that we have and the dockets that we have. And then we will indicate what is missing in the statement, if there is anything missing, and then that statement will have to be sent back to him, he would be having a copy. He will then be told what the queries are in respect of the statement, deal with those queries. When they are settled, sign that statement, and then it will be channeled in terms of Section 2 of the Mutual Legal Assistance Act. What would happen is that I then compile a request for mutual legal.
Yes, now we will come to that. I just want to get the facts right.
Yes.
So he then says to you, I'm in Greece, I want to take a statement, the witness is willing. You say, look, take a draft statement,
yes,
because I have this mutual legal assistance process.
Yes.
Did he in fact take the draft statement?
He did take a draft statement.
Did he come back with that draft statement?
Came back with his draft statement and gave us the draft statement.
And was that draft statement, you said if there were queries, we will correct them and send them back. Were there any queries that were corrected and sent back to Mr. Danikas?
There were some queries that we raised in respect of some of the incidents, and that I communicated to Mr. Danikas through his lawyer, Mr.
Angela Knight.
Spirio, that's surname that I can't say.
Through his South African lawyer, or?
No, it is a Greek lawyer.
I thought there was a South African lawyer.
The South African lawyer was Mr. Julian Knight.
Julian Knight, yes.
Mr. Julian Knight was in the employ of Legal Aid South Africa.
Oh, I see.
Yes, and Mr. Julian Knight addressed some inquiries to me in respect of the use of Mr. Danikas as a witness or otherwise.
Yes. I just want to take you through to that statement, that initial statement that was given. It's which one is it? There's one or two questions. Yes, so if you go to, yes, okay, my junior tells me it's GSM 74, so I don't need to go to the previous bundles. So GSM 74 is 1A.
One A696, which is GSM 74.
No, there's actually another statement that I'm looking for, not this one that my colleague has pointed out.
You must take us to the right bundle, Council. Are we at volume 2?
No, Madam Chair, let me find the statement first. I think Mr. Ramukhale is pointing me not to the statement I have in mind. Yes. Yes, but it's in the... Yes. So it's in file... What file is this? File 3. Yes, I've actually got it. It's file 2. Can you give him file 2? No, not your files. It's file 2 of the main cross-examination bundle. Okay, Madam Chair, what seems to happen is that the witness files are put there and then they get taken. So by either people that are
It's taking the witness
so I just always assume that they sit there next to the witnesses. This is what. So, file 2, page 454. Yes, it's the cross-examination bundles, file 2.
Council page
Do you have it? 454.
454.
Do you have it?
I do have the electronic version. Draft statement by Ari Danikas.
Precisely, yeah. That's where I wanted to start, because you said, go and get me a draft statement.
Yes.
Now, if you go to the end of that statement at 457, Madam Chair, my junior keeps telling me that the panel doesn't have the statement. And I say, but I'm looking at the chair, she has it.
I have the statement.
So
I got my file.
I'm done fighting with him, so I'm just reporting myself that I don't know what is the truth.
Well, my sister don't have their file. I do have my file too.
It looks like it's being brought.
Can get your, my sister will get her file later.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so if we start at 454, right, the heading of that is draft statement by Ari Danikas, which seems to coincide with your earlier evidence that you instructed the obtaining of a draft statement. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Now, if you then go to the end of that statement at 457, right at the bottom there is a handwritten inscription.
I can see that, Chairperson.
It appears to be H.J. Mabula. Can you see that? The signature, I think, is it Major General?
Major General N.J. Mabula.
Or N.J., so that's not H. Okay, N.J. Mabula, thank you. What does that inscription say? The handwritten inscription.
It reads, the draft was prepared and handed over to me at the South African Embassy on the 18th of April 2012 at 16:50 by Mr. Ari Danikas of Athens, Greece.
Yes. Now, this seems to be, or let me ask you in an open question, is this the statement that you were referring to?
This is the draft statement that I discussed, that I advised General Mabula. Obtain a draft, let's look at it, and let's procure it in terms of the mutual legal assistance.
Yes, because the way he records it is that the draft was prepared and handed over by Mr. Danikas. It looks like it's Mr. Danikas who did the statement himself and then gave it to him at the embassy.
At the embassy, that is correct.
Yes. Do you know whose signatures those are? We know the first one is Mr. Mabula, is General Mabula. The second one?
The second one was Colonel M.J. Kola, who was part of the investigation.
Was it based in South Africa or based in Greece?
He's part of the DPCI.
The second one is the one at 458.
No, Madam
Or
Chair, I'm talking about the second signature
Where is the second signature?
at the bottom of 457.
Oh, next to Major General Mabula.
Next to Major General Mabula, yes. Yes. Okay. So this is then the history of this statement, this statement we've been looking at.
That is correct, Chair.
Yes. Now, the reason I'm asking these
Sorry,
questions...
Counsel, sorry. And who is signing there, the second signature?
I identify it to be a signature of one of the members of the DPCI investigation team, Colonel Kola. But there is also a signature of the IPAD investigating member, Kolomote, who was the IPAD, who was a member of the IPAD. So it's a signature of Major General Mabula, Colonel Mr. Kolomote, as well as Major General, as well as Colonel Kola.
Oh, so there are 3 signatures, not 2.
There are 3.
I see. Okay. Why? I understand why there would be the signature of General Mabula, because he was the one obtaining the statement. And what are the? Do you know how the other 2 signatures ended up being there?
It was reported to me that when he came, he would hand the statement to the investigators, and then the investigators then, for one reason, just signed it.
Yes, no, I understand. I mean, you would sign to confirm that you've received it. But my real point is, were these 2 gentlemen also in Athens at the time?
It wasn't reported to me that way. My understanding was just General said, I'm with Ari Danikas. I understood that it's only him and Danikas. So Colonel Kola and Mr. Kolomode were not with the 2 of them in Greece.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
Didn't you find out how their signatures found their way in this document, which was signed, drafted, prepared, and signed in Greece?
The explanation that was given to me was that when they received it from General Mabula, they then just signed it. Don't know why they would sign it.
Thank you, Kato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes. No, but so what's the point? The point is that you don't know whether they were in Athens or not. You know that at a certain point in time they were given the document by General Mabula, who was in Athens.
That is correct.
Yes, all right. So really the most important signature is that of General Mabula, who is the person who took the statement.
That is correct.
Yes. And explain why he took the statement the way he did.
That is correct.
Yes. And then when he came back, did he give you this document?
The document was then given to me.
Yes.
And then I perused it.
Yes, all right.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, there are 2 other statements, but they're not important for now because we're still dealing with the period before August 2012 when these processes were unfolding. Because if you look there, it's the 18th of April 2012, so that's quite early on in the process. So that's why I'm asking you this question. I mean, according to the inscription there of General Mabula, this is the 18th of April 2012.
That is correct. At the embassy, South African embassy in Greece.
Yes, I understand. But I think the only challenge I'm having with that is trying to reconcile that with your involvement starting on the 9th of March and then having more intense conversations during June and July. But the statement seems to have been taken on the 18th of April. So the question is whether this statement was taken at your instance or was taken at someone else's instance.
The statement was taken at General Mabula's instance.
Okay.
And he was in Greece with the witness.
Oh, I see.
And all that he called me for was, should I finalize it in Athens in Greece and bring it, commission it myself, or have it commissioned by a diplomatic official in the South African embassy in Greece? Now, knowing the provisions of the Mutual Legal Assistance Act, Section 2, it's a statement that, as a prosecutor, I intend using in a ensuing trial in order to use a statement obtained outside the country. You have to procure it in terms of...
Yes. No, I don't have a problem with
channels.
that. I'm just trying to make sure that I've got the sequence of the timing right. Because we know on what you have testified that you became involved on the 9th of March, but you went back to the Northwest to finish up outstanding cases and only returned to this case on the 27th of May.
That is correct.
Yes. The statement is taken on the 18th of April.
When When the statement wasn't brought to my attention in April or in May or in June. The statement came to my attention later after June. That's when I saw this statement. And that's when I realized that, but it was taken earlier.
Yes, but you're saying the conversation itself took place on the 18th of April
The conversation,
or on the 17th?
the conversation took place on the day that General Mabula was with the witness in Athens. So it's the 18th of April 2012.
Yes, or earlier than
You
that.
were in the Northwest at that time.
I was in the Northwest at the time.
Yes, that's the point that council is making.
Yes.
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 Good, thank you. Now, you know what happened with...
Before that,
Yes.
just pardon me. When you look at that statement, at 457, at the bottom before the handwritten note by Major General Mabula, there is reference there. Is that a reference of the OB? In May 2008, 24, 25, 11 o'clock to 1 o'clock.
Chairperson, that appears to me to be a reference to a case number, Berea case 288 of 5 of 2008.
What is OB there?
I don't see any OB.
No, it says, oh, is it OB or 08?
Look at the last sentence.
Yes.
Last sentence.
Oh, with
The
the
last type sentence there in the statement.
the last type are something that looks like an EFF, OB May 2008 24 -25 1100 hours to 0100.
Because this is not a statement. If you cannot describe to us what that is, I thought perhaps, because you can see it's 2008, it may be referring to incidents of 2008 from the occurrence book.
It is possible, Chairperson, particularly when one looks at that Berea inscription. He could be saying it's an inscription that relates to Berea 288 of 5 of 2008.
I was just wondering what it is, but Advocate, could you
Yes.
proceed?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm getting more blocked because of the air conditioning.
Could we
I'm really struck.
could we take the day's adjournment at 17:34, and I'm going to move from the statement, if that would be helpful.
Yes. Maybe is it possible to switch off this air conditioning right in front of us? It's off. Which one is noisy? And I see one of my staff members, I might have caused her the trouble. She's sneezing quite a lot. I hope we're all not going to be infecting one another. We might have to wear masks, Advocate Great Toby. You may proceed, sir.
Okay, Madam Chair, I had made the possibility of an adjournment now if it will be better. But if I'm asked to proceed, I'm happy to.
Well, you are still on with regard to Mr. Danikas' statement.
Yes.
And we're just at the end of the statement. Are you going to be continuing on his statement?
No, not on the statement. There is one more question related to the use of the statement afterwards, but the way it was procured, we've exhausted it now.
Yes.
Advocate Mayama, there is this issue that arose in the subsequent litigation involving Mr. Boyson and the attachment of the statement to the affidavit by the NDPP, where the criticism was that the statement is unsworn. You recall that?
I do,
Yes.
Chairperson.
And the judge, you've referred to this paragraph yourself at paragraph 39, says if it had been, if the NDPP had stated that she had relied on a sworn statement, it might have changed the outcome, etc. But the one thing I want to ask you directly as a person with experience and expertise in racketeering, was it a legal requirement or not that the statement ought to be sworn prior to its inclusion into the investigation docket?
It is not a legal requirement at all.
Yes.
POCA does not require the statement to be under oath.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Could we then, there is 2 pages that I think we can skip from paragraph 68, 69, and 70. And that will take us to the heading Evidence in the Dockets 1/22. So I'm going to start that topic, Madam Chair. If you are still not feeling 100%, I'm happy to stop now.
I think we can proceed.
Yes, all right, thank you. Now, if we start with paragraph 71 and 72, and that is now count 1. And you can make reference to the prosecution memoranda to remind yourself of what those counts are, which is GSM 75, 1A/711.
The question again, Counsel,
is for you to explain to the panel what that count related to.
Okay. Count 1 in the indictment refers to contravention of section 21F of the Prevention of Organized Crime Act, which relates to management of a racketeering enterprise.
Yes.
And then what we did on analysis of the working methods of analysis of the working methods of the SVC unit in Kato Mano, we were convinced that the officials of Kato Mano SVC that could be ascribed as managers of the racketeering enterprise are the ones listed in paragraph 7.1 to paragraph 7.5.
71.1.
71.1 and until 71.5, which are accused number 1, Major General Johan Boysen, Captain Neville Eva, Captain Cornelius Olivier, Captain Anton Lockham, and Captain Eugene van Tonder.
Why?
In respect of General Johan Boysen, although one can see in the organogram of the provincial organized crime unit, as it were, in 2010, that he is a provincial commander. The unit commander of Durban organized crime, who's supposed to be Aya, was rendered redundant. So the section commanders, Neville Eva, Cornelius Olivier, Anton Lockham, and Eugene van Tonder, reported directly to General Johan Boysen, and from the activities that we analyzed, we are convinced that they were the managers of the enterprise. The enterprise, despite General Boysen being in the province, he skips the head of the Devon organized crime, and he works directly with the serious violent crime unit of Kato Mano, and he then manages the enterprise together with the captains at serious violent crime. So we were of the view that General Boysen and the captains were the managers of the enterprise.
Yes. Thank you. And then if you skip 72 and you go to some of the evidentiary material underpinning that charge, which is the motivation for monetary awards dated the 14th of October 2008, attached as GSM 6, which is at page 1A to 160.
1A, 160.
Yes, 1A, 160, yes, correct.
I am there, Chairperson.
Yes. Now, what is the significance of that document for the purposes of your decision? So it starts.
It starts on page 1A.
No, sorry, 1A, 154. Sorry,
That
it
is
ends
correct.
at 160. Sorry.
It ends at 160.
No, sorry, I've misled you. So let's start at 154.
What is it?
Can you describe the document?
It is a document that we refer to as the monetary awards.
Yes, but what is it from the face of the document?
It is a recommendation for monetary awards, monetary rewards to be considered by the provincial head of the detectives service in KZN. The document is comes from the provincial commander of organized crime in KZN, Director Johan Boysen, as he then was. And the document is dated the 15th of October, 2008.
Yes. And
You're saying it was coming from Director Boysen,
That is correct, Chairperson.
but he says, attention, Director Boysen, as if it was written to him by someone else for his attention. You see on the face of the document at page 155, or am I at the wrong place?
Are you referring to 154 or 155, Advocate Mayem? The document you were reading, is that 154 or 155?
A1A-155.
No, I'm asking the one you were reading, not the one that the chair has referred you to.
I was reading 1A-154.
4. Yes, thank you.
Continue then describing the document. You've described the heading and the source. What is it all about?
And that it is directed to the Detective Service KZN.
Yes.
It is seeking approval for consideration to be given for reward of certain members. Paragraph 1 says, on the 27th August 2008, Sup Kongo and Inspector Kanyile was waylaid on their way to court by assassins. Subkongo was the provincial coordinator for taxi violence. His success in these investigations has raised an ire of perpetrators of violence in the taxi industry. 3. Subkongo was shot dead and Inspector Kanyile was seriously wounded. 4. The killing of Subkongo had sent shock waves through the community. This criminal attack was seen as a direct attack against an organ of state. 5. The solving of this case was widely reported and applauded by the media and public alike. 6. It most surely restored faith and confidence, or restored faith and confidence in the SAPS to deal with ruthless killings. 7. It is recommended that the members on the enclosed list be rewarded with a cash incentive of 10,000 each, as well as a certificate by the National Commissioner.
Yes. Before you go to the next page, what was the significance of this document for you as the leader of the prosecution?
General Boysen motivates for the consideration of monetary awards for members of the Durban Kato Mano unit.
Yes.
The unit which is headed by Aya.
Yes.
I was expecting this if Colonel Aya was indeed the head of the serious violent crime in Durban, to be the one who's applying for the issuance or consideration of monetary awards
Yes.
for the members. Instead, it is General Boysen and not Colonel Aya.
Yes. Any other reason why it was significant?
Well, because General Boysen is directly involved. He knows the role of these members
Yes.
in what I read on paragraph 5, solving of this case referring to the killing of Superintendent Kono.
Yes. Do you know what he means that the case was solved?
Chairperson, a case is only solved when suspects are brought before court and court determines on the basis of evidence what happened there. My understanding, General Boysen now here says, on the basis of what Kato Mano SVC has done, consideration must be given to awarding members for solving crime. What solving crime? There's no solving crime. People have been killed.
Yes. Now, you wanted to move...
Advocate Kotobi,
Yes.
my sister has just reminded me that we agreed that we'll adjourn a little earlier. I know that I've given you a carte blanche to proceed, but we may have to adjourn now because we need to have a meeting with you. There is a substantive application filed by Advocate Hadi, and we may have to converge in chambers and talk about it very briefly.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Unless, of course, you're going to tie up this point so that you don't forget where you ended. If it's going to take a long time, you may park it until tomorrow morning.
No, Madam Chair, this is going to be long, the next
It's
letter.
going to be long.
Yes.
Mr. Maema, I assume this has also been a long day for you. It has been a long day for me. So maybe we should take an adjournment before I affect you with my flu. But we have some business to attend to before we all disperse from here. And we propose that we adjourn until tomorrow morning. Perhaps it is safe to say until 10 o'clock. I need to attend to some medical consultation in the morning.
I see, Madam Chair, there are smiles across the site.
I have seen Advocate Andrew Chauke smiling for adjourning, at least starting at 10 o'clock tomorrow instead of before 9 o'clock. Am I correct, Counsel? He is showing me an emoji of saying nothing.
Chairperson, I understand.
Yes, Ndadam Chene. Yes, Counsel, let's adjourn. Remember, you are still under oath, Ndadam Maema. We will start tomorrow at 10 o'clock, but we will see Counsel as we normally do at 9:45. I hope to be here by that time. But as we adjourn, may Counsel approach us in chambers, all of you, as we normally do, to discuss the business with regard to the application that is now filed of record. We will take an adjournment. You're still under oath, sir. Thank you.